was gazetted, and we have the because it was not gazetted. Yeah, gazetting was not a criteria. Of the House from going ahead. So all the omissions will be captured by the clerk, the table office, and then collected copies will be circulated to members. No, any more proposed questions or amendments? Okay, honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Thursday, 14th April 2022 be approved with amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Clerk. We can now proceed.
Report of the Committee of Selection on the nomination of membership to committees of the National Assembly and international parliamentary delegations for the period 2022 to 2027, to be moved by the Honorable Majority Leader and member of the committee.
Thank you, Clerk. Honorable members will recall that after the inauguration of the 6th legislature on Thursday, 14th April 2022, with guidance from the Office of the Clerk, the Committee of Selection was constituted in accordance with Order 111 of the Standing Orders of the National Assembly as follows. Honorable Fabakary Tombong Jatta, Chairperson. Honorable 𝐬𝐢𝐫𝐬𝐭 Tunkara, Member. Honorable Alhaji S. Dabo, Member. Honorable Abdullahi Sise, Member. Honorable Mahdi M.K. Sise, Member. Accordingly, the Committee of Selection met on Thursday, 20th April, on Wednesday, 20th April 2022, to nominate membership to the various committees of the National Assembly and international parliamentary delegations for the period 2022 to 2027. Pursuant to Standing Order 111, in brackets 2, the Committee of Selection is scheduled to take the report, to table its report for consideration and approval by this August Assembly. I will now therefore invite Honorable Majority Leader and member of the committee to table the report of the committee. Honorable Member, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, I rise to move a motion for the consideration and approval of this August Assembly, the nomination of membership to the under-mentioned Standing and Select Committee of National Assembly, International Parliamentary Delegation and Parliamentary Friendship Group, as proposed in Appendix 1. Members of the committee: Honorable Fabakary Tombong Jatta, Chairperson. Honorable 𝐬𝐢𝐫𝐬𝐭 Tunkara, Majority Leader. Honorable Alhaji S. Dabo, Minority Leader. Honorable Alhaji S. Abdullahi Sise, Member. Honorable Salif Jao, Member. And Honorable Mahdi K. Sise, Member. Support staff of the committee: Mr. Momodu A. Sise, Clerk of National Assembly. Mr. Daniel Caldos, Deputy Clerk, Legislative Business and Programs. Mr. Buba E. Jatta, Deputy Clerk, Admin and Finance. Mr. Khalifa M.M. Bali, Deputy Clerk, Legal and Procedural. Mr. 𝐍𝐚𝐭𝐢𝐨, Principal Table Clerk. Mr. Marabi S. Hydra, Director of Committees. List of committees, standing committees, National Assembly Authority, Committee of Selection, National Assembly Business Committee, Public Appointment Standing Committee, Standing Order Committee, Standing Committee of Privileges and Ethics, Finance and Public Accounts Committee, Standing Committee on Defense and Security, Foreign Affairs Standing Committee, Public Enterprise Committee, Assembly Standing Committee, Standing Committee on Human Rights and Constitutional Matters, Public Petition Committee, and Subsidiary Legislation Committee. These above listed committees requires no parliamentary approval, or plenary approval, rather. Select committees. Select Committee on Health, Refugees, Disaster and Humanitarian Relief. Select Committee on Education, Training and ICT. Select Committee on Rural Government, Lands, Ombudsman and IEC. Select Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development. Select Committee on Environment, Sustainable Development and NGO Affairs. Select Committee on Tourism, Arts, Culture, Youth and Sport. Select Committee on Monitor the implementation of government projects. Select Committee on Trade and Regional Integration. Select Committee on Gender, Children and Social Welfare. International Parliamentary Delegation. The ACP-EU Joint Parliamentary Assembly, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, the Pan-African Parliament, the ECOWAS Parliament, the Parliamentary Union of the OIC, the Inter-Parliamentary Union, the African Parliamentary Union, the West African Association for Public Accounts Committee, WAPAC. Friendship groups. The Gambia-China Friendship Group, the Gambia-Turkey Friendship Group, the Gambia-Franco Friendship Group, the Gambia-Serbia Friendship Group, the Gambia-Saudi Arabia Friendship Group, the Gambia-Venezuela Friendship Group, the Senegalese Friendship Group, the Gambia-Mauritania Friendship Group, the Gambia-Senegal Friendship Group, the Gambia-Morocco Friendship Group, the Gambia-Cuba Friendship Group. Honorable Speaker, the Committee of Selection mandated by standing orders to nominate membership to various committees of National Assembly. Accordingly, following the inaugural sitting of the 6th Legislature on Thursday, 14 April 2022, the committee met on Wednesday, 20th April 2022, to nominate membership to various committees of the National Assembly and International Parliamentary Delegation for the period 2022-2027. The Committee of Selection is established by Order 111 of the Standing Orders of the National Assembly and constitutes in accordance with the same order with the mandate to perform the functions allotted to it by standing orders. Honorable Speaker, the nominations were made in accordance with clauses 96 of the Standing Orders of the National Assembly. Composition. Orders 111, subclause 1 of the Standing Orders provides that the Committee of Selection shall consist of Speaker as chairperson and 5 members of the National Assembly, whom 3 shall be nominated by the majority leader and 2 by the minority in consultation with the respective groups. 7. Accordingly, the majority and minority leaders of the National Assembly have made their respective nomination to the committee, thus the compositions indicate above. Procedure of the committee. The consideration of the committee was guided by Standing Order 96, membership of the committee. Roman Figure 2, the committee was equally guided by the clerk, by the office of the clerk and other parliamentary good practice and conventions. Methodology. The committee is in consideration of nomination of various committees and international delegations, adopted the following methodology. First, the background of members. 2, political pluralism. And 3, or C, gender representation. Furthermore, the committee was guided by the Office of the Clerk during this process. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I wish to kindly refer the honorable members to Appendix 1, which listed the nomination of membership to various committees of the National Assembly, International Parliamentary Delegation, and Parliamentary Friendship Groups. Honorable Speaker, I therefore respectfully submit for the kind consideration and approval of this August Assembly for the state nomination by the Committee of Selection. I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Any seconder? Yes, member for 𝐬𝐢𝐫𝐬𝐭.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I rise to second the motion and also wish to contribute a little to this motion. Honorable Speaker, this is not the first time I'm coming to Parliament. 2017 we were here, and fortunately enough, again we are here. But what I have seen before me here is something definitely that reflects true parliamentary democracy, efficiency, effectiveness, and also for us to be able to perform our oversight effectively and efficiently. Looking at the report from the selection committee and looking at the criteria they have outlined here before us, and then I think everybody, every one of us, we need to thank them because I think they have done justice to the assignment given to them. Honorable Speaker, this National Assembly consists of different political parties and likewise independent. The only unfortunate part is the gender representation is a bit low. That being the case, I wish to thank the committee again on that because with the limited female representative we have here, they have tried by all means to make sure that every committee, being it select standing and even delegations, we have female representation there. Definitely, I know it has not been easy going through the entire list of 58 names, prepare a list of committees of different calibers, and make sure that everybody is put to a committee that is best suited for you based on your background, based on political pluralism, and so on, and gender. Definitely, I just have nothing to say but to thank you. I know it has not been easy. The experience we had in 2017 was a bit bitter because I must report and I must admit we just came and saw everything here. I know whether it will be inappropriate or to otherwise put it, but I can say everything was imposed on us. We approve it here because we are from the provinces, or most of us field workers and here and there. But alhamdulillah, this time round, definitely all parties have done justice because we've done caucuses here and there, and then I think most of the members are consulted. So definitely I think it is a step in the right direction. I must admit and say that this parliament is moving. We are not looking at who is this person or who is this, but we are looking at competence and effectiveness and efficiency to make sure that we perform our oversight effectively, because this is the most important tool this parliament can use to make sure that we well represent our constituents. Honorable Speaker, before I take my seat, again, I just must emphasize and also reiterate the fact that we have to thank the selection committee. We definitely have to thank them. Sitting in an office, being guided by the Office of the Clerk, and also looking at the different criteria they have set here, definitely we have to thank them. I know no work can be perfect 100%, but they definitely deserve a tap at the back so that they can continue the good work we are doing. Because I know this is not the end. Parliament can always establish committees. We can also establish joint committees here and there along the process before the end of our term. So definitely I want you to, and I urge you to continue on the good work you started. You started on a right footing and a good footing, and I urge you to continue on that. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I now put the question. It has been moved and seconded that this Honorable Assembly do consider the report of the Committee of Selection on the nomination of membership to committees of the National Assembly and international parliamentary delegations for the period 2022 to 2027. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Any honorable member who wishes to take part in the debate may now do so. Honorable member for Bakau.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would like to seize this opportunity to thank the Selection Committee, though it's not an easy task, but then you've done your best. And having gone through the list, I have made some observations of which I would like to make my comments. Standing Committee on Defense and Security. I have observed that Honorable 𝐍𝐚𝐿 is nominated as chairperson.
Honorable member, can you also give us the number of the committee?
Number 8, page 3. Page 3, sorry. Standing Committee on Defense and Security. I have observed that Honorable 𝐍𝐚𝐿 is nominated as chairperson of Defense and Security. I wonder, and I would like some clarification from the mover of the motion, what criteria was used that qualifies Honorable 𝐍𝐚𝐿 as chairperson of the committee, because I have made my research and I have made to understand that he is without security background. And if that is the case, I felt he is not qualified to become the chairperson of this said committee. I have made to understand that Honorable Mohammed Kante was one time a security personnel, and I would propose Mohammed Kante as chair of the said committee. We go to Foreign Affairs Standing Committee. I have also observed that Honorable 𝐷𝐿𝐺 nominated as chairperson and Honorable Seni Jawara as vice chair. I have also
Honorable member, please. I've told you when you go to the various committees, make reference to the number of the committee, please.
Number 9, please. Number 9, Foreign Affairs Standing Committee. I have observed that 𝐷𝐿𝐺 is nominated as chairperson and Honorable Seni Jawara as vice chair. According to what I've observed, both members are from the same party. When it comes to political pluralism, I think we need to change one as chair or chairperson or vice chairperson. We go to page 5, number 14, Subsidiary Legislation Committee. I have observed that Honorable Hassan Toure is nominated as chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, may I observe the member of Bakau? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, that's member for Lower Salu.
Yes, thank you, member for Bakau. May I observe you? 9, page 3 of 4. member for the majority leader Kantora is NPP. Honorable 𝐍𝐚𝐭𝐢𝐨 𝐀𝐬𝐬, the Vice Chair, NRP.
Thank you very much. That may be an oversight. I thank you very much for your observation. Page
that
5, Honorable.
That is number 9, Foreign Affairs Standing Committee. And now you are withdrawing your observations. Okay, go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, with your permission, number 14, Subsidiary Legislation Committee. I have observed that Honorable Hassan Toure is nominated as chairperson. I want to decline for the position for the simple reason that I am without a law background, and I want to give chance to honorable members who are well versed with the law background. With your permission, I would like to nominate Honorable 𝐬𝐢𝐫𝐬𝐿 as chairperson of the said committee. Page 6, number 16. Select Committee on Education, Training and ICT.
Your proposal is?
Honorable 𝐬𝐢𝐫𝐬𝐿.
Okay, continue.
Page 6, Select Committee on Education, Training and ICT. Number 16. I have observed that there is a member who is versed in educational background, of which I have observed that he is not a member in this committee and who is very much qualified to become a member in this committee. I will refer that to Honorable 𝐬𝐢𝐫𝐬𝐿. I believe he is very much qualified to be a member of the said committee, and I have observed that he is not part of the committee, so I will recommend his nomination to be a member.
Are you fine? Honorable member?
Yes.
Are you ready?
No, I'm observing. Honorable Speaker, with that few observations, I thank you very much for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now invite I just want the majority leader to clear doubts on this particular one. So, we can proceed, and at the end of the debate, the majority leader will clear your doubts and address the issues. Any other member? Member for Banjul South.
Honorable Speaker, I have an observation. Honorable Speaker.
Yes, please.
Yes. Honorable member of Bakau made a proposal. Would it be fitting or right for the proposal to be seconded? Or we allow?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Please. Banjul South. The Honorable Member for Bakau made observations and suggestions, which are noted. And at the appropriate time, the mover of the motion would respond to allay his fears or agree, the plenary may agree on some of the proposals. Who is the other member who? Honorable member for Foni Brefet. Okay, Banjul shall continue then.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Having looked at the list of committee members and the report, I think it was only fair enough to have given us this list in advance so that we can have a thorough look before coming today. But unfortunately, most of us, if not all, only received it this morning, which I think they should bear in mind and give it to us way in advance, because this is a very important list of committees that we need to look at. And also, looking at the committee, I don't think that they have done prudence in establishing these committees. Yes, they have taken a lot of time, which I will applaud them for, but due diligence was not given to the selection, and consideration of the standing orders was also not done to the maximum. Honorable Speaker, the standing order says that the Standing Order 96. Standing Order 96, membership of committees. And if you look at 96(2), committees shall consist of such members as may be nominated by the Committee of Selections and approved by the Assembly on a motion tabled by the Committee of Selections, which is fine. Except, and 3 says, except as provided in Standing Order 111, Committee of Selections, every committee shall be constituted as far as is possible to ensure that the balance of parties in the Assembly is reflected therein, which I think has been taken into account, but not to the full extent. Honorable Speaker, this Assembly is very democratically demarcated. NPP, with 18 members, constitute 31.3%. UDP 15 with 25.86%. Independents, which I am proudly a member of, constitute 12 members, 20.68%. NRP 4, 6.89%. APRC 2, 3.4%. DOI 2, and the non-nominated members 5, 8.6%, with DOI 3.44%. Honorable Speaker, unfortunately, we only have 5 female members in this Assembly. For any committee, which should constitute 6, and we can take it up to 9 members. If NPP should have 3, or I would say 2, UDP should have 1, if it's constituting 6, independent should have 1. That is proportionally represented, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this procedure has not been respected. If I look at this, Honorable Speaker, the Committee of Selection, with the exception, because that is basically selected by the majority and the minority. Honorable Speaker, if I go to Appointments Committee, Honorable Suleiman Jame as the chair, Honorable Omar Dabo, Honorable Swaibu Ture, Fatou Cham, Alajimbo Kebasane. Where is the independent represented in that committee, Honorable Speaker? Honorable Speaker, we should be due and we should walk with conscience. We are here to represent our people, not to represent our political parties. And that is why we are duly called National Assembly members, Honorable Speaker. When we elect committees, we should be guided by our conscience. Honorable Speaker, I am a member of the ECOWAS delegation. Honorable Speaker, by the virtue of this protocol, the selection committee should have been guided by this. If we look at the protocol, Honorable Speaker, vacancy, Article 3. The seat of a representative becomes vacant in a case of death, written resignation, certified mental or physical incapability, resignation due to incapability, and so forth. If we look at the terms of office, Honorable Speaker, a representative shall be elected for a period of 4 years from the date of the inauguration of the Parliament by the chairman of the authority. Their mandate shall end in the last day of the legislature. However, a representative who is not re-elected, and I repeat, not re-elected at the national level, shall remain in office until a new representative from his or her member state takes up the position. That means that if you are elected, if you are re-elected, that seat does not remain vacant. That seat is occupied. I think we should be guided by our conscience and the devotion of this country and the love of our nation. Honorable Speaker. Also, it says representation of each member state shall have at least 30% female representation in their parliamentary delegation. Honorable Speaker, and it says that membership shall be taken from elected members, people that are universally elected by the people of their country, not nominated members. I would have loved to see Honorable Mariama Sise because she's eloquent, she's good, and obviously I would love to see more women. But unfortunately, that is not the case because she is a nominated member. And Honorable Speaker, I think we should be guided by our conscience. Honorable Speaker, there are some committees with no female representation. It is unfortunate that we only have 5 female members, and thanks to His Excellency for nominating 2 more. I think we should applaud him for that. But Honorable Speaker, we have, for example, the the Committee on Privileges and Ethics. Honorable Speaker, we don't have any female representation in that committee. And that is not the only one. Honorable Speaker, we have important committees, like the Legislation Committee, Subsidiary Legislation Committee. No female member of Parliament, no female member of Parliament. And that is quite unfortunate, Honorable Speaker. As female, even if we are underrepresented, yes, we might be 5, but we must be reflected in each and every committee in this House so that it will open the eyes of other females to run for office and be elected and come and sit in this August Assembly. Honorable Speaker, it's quite disheartening. And I also agree with Honorable Member for Bakau for leaving out 𝐬𝐢𝐫𝐬𝐿. Yes, we cannot all be in every committee, but the reason we sent in our CVs is to make sure that they are considered, they are factored when electing members in certain committees. Honorable Speaker, it is not only about Yamane, no, sorry for speaking in Wolof. It should be about representation. For every committee that we establish in this House, it should be proportionally represented. If NPP with 18 members have 1 or 2, UDP must have 1, Independent must have 1, and then the rest we share proportionally among the members. But this is not a parliament with 33 members from one side and 15 members that you will take everything. No way, we are not going to accept that. I think this needs to go back to the selection committee for them to have a thorough look at it, base it on the laws, because we as a minority, we are going to reject this list and throw it back to the majority leader for him to go back and do his work right. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. You said, among others, that we should not take partisan politics. This is a National Assembly. And I think in my...
Point of correction, Honorable Speaker, you are here to listen to us and adjudicate.
Please, Honorable Member, please sit down. Honorable Member, please sit down. As I said, you made certain remarks. I need to make some clarifications. I made a speak here. It is fundamental that as we deal with issues that affect Gambians.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Member, please.
Honorable Speaker, please, we want to guide you.
Please, honorable member.
Please. We want to
honorable
observe.
member, please.
We want to observe, please.
Honorable members, as I said, I am not trying to put aside your comments. I think they are very good. What I want to make clear, and that's why we are all here as representatives of the people, that we put Gambia and the people, Gambian people first in whatever we do. That's the emphasis I want to place at all times. Any honorable member who wants to take the floor? All right, I have a list of members. We now have Kiang East, member for Kiang East.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I, first of all, want to begin by supporting the proposal of the Honorable Member for 𝐻𝐽𝐵 South that this selection list should be looked at again. Having said that, I only have a short observation to make with regards to the Select Committee on Education, Training and ICT, and I would like to refer you first to the report of the Committee of Selection on the nomination of membership to committees, page 5. Page 5, the top three, in fact, page 4, from the beginning of page 4, from the end of page 4, methodology. And it reads, the committee in the consideration for nomination to various committees and international delegations adopted the following methodology. A, background of members. B, political pluralism. And C, gender representation. And if the selection committee indeed were guided by this, then I don't see any reason why I am excluded from the Select Committee on Education, Training and ICT. Because, in fact, I have already submitted my CV, and from the CV that I submitted, I think it should be clear to the committee that I have not known any other job before I came to Parliament other than teaching. I have taught at almost all levels of schools in the Gambia, including the Gambia College. I have headed schools, and therefore I think I should be a bona fide member of this committee by virtue of my experience as a teacher. And number two, in the last Parliament, I was the chairperson of the Education Select Committee. I'm not asking you to take me back as chairperson because you have a competent chairperson there, but I think I need to be there by virtue of the experiences that I had in the last Parliament and, of course, the institutional memory of that committee. I think I need to be in that. And then the last point I want to observe regarding this nomination is on gender representation. In the whole Education Committee, there is no single female member in this committee. If you go to our schools, most of the school-going children in Gambia are female. There are more female students in the schools than male students. So I cannot understand why you have an Education Select Committee that does not have even a single female member. That is not a good sample that we are setting out there. Of course, if it happened in the last Parliament, it was because maybe at that time most of us were new, we didn't have the experience. But now having 5 years experience of committee work, and given the fact that the majority of students going to our schools are female, I think it's important that we have a female member in this committee. On that note, I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, member for Kiang East. We now have member for Fonyi Bondali. Fonyi Bondali. He's not around. All right. We now have member for Woodley East. Woodley East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I want to also join my colleagues to do some observation on this selection. I know it's not an easy task. It's very difficult because we are also looking at the experiences of people. We're looking at the political pluralism parties. That makes it a bit more difficult, as well as competence and passion. But those things are very important. If you look at 4 Public Appointment Standing Committee, I would have thought that the committee would just make the selection of the chair and then allow the committee to discuss and select their vice chair. But they did the selection for the chair at the same time for the vice chair. So in that respect, it's difficult to check competence and passion and all those things. I could remember the last time when we met at the Environment Committee, I was selected as chair, but I gave up because I thought that there was somebody in the committee who was more competent in handling that portfolio. I allowed the majority leader to take up because he was in the NGO affairs for a long time. So that type of opportunity for members would have helped a lot in setting up their committee to be able to do their job properly. If you look at the vice chair, there is also NPP. So you have 2, one is the chair, the other one also is the vice chair. Honorable Omar Dawo is not Omar Dawo. There's 4 Public Appointment Standing Committee. Honorable 𝐍𝐚𝐭𝐢𝐨𝐬𝐿 is APRs. Okay, then I withdraw that one. All right. Yes, if you also look at it, Honorable Speaker, it would have been useful for us if they had put party tax. If you mention Honorable Swaibu Ture, you should put PDY so that everybody knows, because many people may not know me that I am PDY. Very few, you would know. But there are many people here who are NPP, but I don't know. So, yes, I know. They may know today, but when you are checking this, like, for example, the mistake I've already made, Honorable 𝐍𝐚𝐭𝐢𝐨𝐬𝐿, I don't know which party he or she. I thought that it was NPP. Now, apart from the Honorable Speaker, I'm not sure whether we are treating this with the list of international delegations, other delegations. But if we are treating all of them together, we should consider what the Honorable independent member mentioned about ECOWAS, because these international organizations have their own rules. So we should look at those rules to see whether what we are doing is in tandem with some of those rules. But if what she is claiming there is right, I believe they need to be looked at. Somebody whose term of office is not expired at the Assembly, I think that those persons should continue in those delegations. So we must be able to see ways of adjusting them. Apart from that, Honorable Speaker, I believe if you come to, well, it's the same mistake. It's like, that's the recommendation he's making. When you come to I think the other observations I want to make, they have already been done that. They've done that. But if you look at, also, if you look at the international delegations, we should be mindful, because if you come to Serbia, is NPP the chair, or is that also APRs? Serbia, Honorable Abdullah Sise.
Honorable member, you can quote the number.
That's international delegations 4. Gambia, Serbia, friendship. The chair is NPP. And if you come to Gambia, Venezuela, 6. The chair is NPP. And if you come to Gambia, Senegal, I'm not sure. Honorable Maimouna Sise, I'm not sure whether he is. That's a nominated one. Yes, but if you come to Gambia, Morocco, the chair is Fatuma Tanjai.
Honorable member, always quote the number, please.
6. I'm looking at the international delegations. We have 2 of them that are confirmed NPP as chairpersons. I was thinking that if they could give opportunity to other people to also chair some of these delegations, it will be useful. Also, my observation is that China is an important friendship group. I was not the chair, but I was a very active member of that. And I've not seen it mentioned. It's just mentioned, but the list is not provided. So no one is selected under that. Number 1. Page 12.
Remember, it continues on the next page.
Oh, I don't think I have page 12. No, I have page 11 of 14, page 13 of 14. Oh, I missed that page. I don't have that. That's why I don't have it. Okay, it's already provided for. All right. Yes, I think those are some of my observations, and I thank you for giving me the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We have nominated member Fatou Jawara.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity. I would also like to join my colleague to commend the selection committee for doing justice. Honorable Speaker, going by the document, page 13, Gambia-Serbia Friendship Group, where we have the chairperson as NPP and another member of NPP. I think that group is dominated by the opposition. Honorable Speaker, go ahead.
The Gambia-Serbia, yes, but it is still chaired by the NPP. And when we look at the number of delegations that are chaired by NPP, there are 1, 2.
Honorable member, I think...
No, honorable members,
Honorable member, I thought you will be observing me.
Please, honorable members.
Dominating groups, then we are going back to the drawing
Honorable
board.
member.
Honorable member, you have did your submission. Can you allow me to proceed?
Please.
Please, allow me to proceed. You already did your submission. I gave you to observe, but
Please, honorable member for Banning South, allow the honorable nominated member to continue.
Yes, I think this group is dominated by the opposition side, which I'm very much comfortable with, and I think justice has been done to all the other committees, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, going by the submission by some members about the selection of membership to international delegation like ECOWAS, Madam Speaker, I think both nominated members and elected members are given equal opportunity looking at the guiding principle of our document, the standing order. Madam Speaker, Honorable Speaker, sorry. Honorable Speaker, sorry. Honorable Speaker, I believe the previous Parliament, we have a nominated member who is the then former Speaker, Mrs. Fatoumata Diakhoumpa Cissé, who is a member of ECOWAS Parliament, and she's a nominated member. Honorable Speaker, going by the other submission as well, that one needs to have a security background before being part of the Committee on Defense and Security. I am a member of the Standing Committee on Defense and Security, and we have a chairperson without a security background and our deputy chair who didn't have a security background. So I think having a security background and not a security background is not the matter. The matter is who can do it. Honorable Speaker, on that note, I beg to move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nominated Member. We now have the Honorable Member for Central Badibu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the work that we have before us is not a difficult task, but we have to thank the committee for the job done. Honorable Speaker, care needs to be taken. We are not here to repeat everything, but we are here to look at the good things that we did in this Parliament so that we keep the memory. Now, Honorable Speaker, the selection committee, the way they place certain members, I believe by looking at the previous Parliament, the work that has been done in certain committees, I think even if all we are not retained, but some should be retained to keep the memory of the committee, because we have done a lot in the 5th legislature. Now, if you have taken all the members, you displace them, do you understand? They are going to start new in some of the committees. Their input might not be relevant. Honorable Speaker, coming to the Defense Committee, yes, Honorable Njai, the Deputy Speaker, is nominated to be the chair. Now, maybe it's the culture that we found. The former Deputy Speaker was the chair of Defense and Security. This time, again, you put it there. But now, if there is somebody in that committee who has security background, I think that person will do well. Let's all speak with honesty and sincerity. This is about nation building. Do you understand? It's not about compensation. It's not about somebody who was doing it. This time we need to have another person because of position. No. Do you understand? We want to work as Parliament. We want to move. And we all know that we have a mammoth task ahead of us. These committees are not going to be idle committees. Do you understand? By looking at the virtue of the Deputy Speaker, he's going to be the very busy man in this House. Do you understand? He's going to be the assistant to the Speaker in this House. So such a committee is a crucial committee, and it needs somebody who is going to put his energy and his skills and ideas to make sure that we have better security reform in this country. We all know how fragile our security is. Honorable Speaker, coming to the chairpersons, if you know that you are a chairperson of one committee, either standing or select, you should give chance to others to become chairpersons of other committees. You understand? This is the reality. We don't expect everybody, how can you be the two chairpersons of all these committees? So it means patronage was done somewhere. Or are you sharing our chairpersons as a form of a charity or what? Tell us. Do you understand? So coming to the friendship group also, if you are head of delegation of a particular international group, you should give chance to others to become, do you understand, chairpersons of other committees. Particularly, do you understand, the friendship groups. We have seen it in the past, where the former majority was in almost all the committees. And we all said, we have to make a change. So if we want to bring back the same system, where are we moving as a country? So let's be honest to one another and make sure that chance is given others to also perform. These are my observations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Central Badu. We now have Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabiji.
Good morning, Honorable Speaker and my fellow parliamentarians. I have some few observations that I want to make with regards to this the report of the selection committee. First of all, I concur with the Banjul South, that's Asal Bemba, that this report need to go back to the committee and let the committee do the needful and place people where they're supposed to perform. You see, when it is about the national issue, let's take national issues very, very seriously. And let also not compromise the integrity of this National Assembly. It's not about rewarding people based on their political affiliation or inclination, sort of. All these committees are going to work on national processes or going towards national processes. So therefore, it is my opinion this committee decision in making certain recommendations go back to the same committee and do the needful. That's number one. Number two, let the selection committee only select members and leave the membership to select their own chair and vice chair. Because when we sit as members, then we will know who has experience in this and who has no experience in this. Even though experience is achieved through process of time, but the committee need to sit together and choose who will be the leader and who will be the vice, sort of. Now, from there, I will start from the Standing Committee on Human Rights and Constitutional Matters, number 12. Honorable Madi Sise as the chair, and Honorable 𝐬𝐤𝐭𝐢𝐳𝐚𥥬 as vice chair. I have no problem with Honorable Madi because journalist he's a seasoned journalist, and journalists know more about human rights and constitutional matters because they've been writing all along. But Honorable 𝐬𝐤𝐿𝐴 has no legal background. Honorable 𝐬𝐤𝐴 is not fit to be in this committee. Therefore, I will go back to what I said. This report will need to go back to the committee and let them do the needful. You also go to number 14, that is Subsidiary Registration Committee. Both the chair and the vice chair should be looked, even though Honorable Member for Bakau, Hassan, has already said that and has made his due recommendation. You go to number 12, Select Committee on Monitoring the Implementation of Government Projects. I am not blowing my own trumpet, but being a civil engineer by profession and in project management for over 19 years, and also manage one of the most heavy infrastructure portfolio of this country, the OIC projects, I think I'm supposed to lead that committee to scrutinize and perform oversight function on all government projects. Now you go to number 7, Finance and Public Accounts Committee, Honorable Shaw, with a banking experience of over 15 to 16 years, should be, even he did not lead this committee, but he should be part and parcel of this committee. We go to number 8, Standing Committee on Defense and Security. 𝐬𝐤𝐴 is a security threat to this country. Honorable 𝐬𝐤𝐴 is a security threat to this country. I don't know why the committee...
Point of order. Honorable Member.
Point of order, please.
Honorable Member, please. Honorable Member, can you withdraw that statement, please?
I withdraw the statement.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. You can proceed.
My recommendation is to go, Honorable Member for Busumbala should lead this particular committee. He has master's degree in security, and he was one time head of intelligence at State House. A police commissioner cannot be in. Let's take national issues very seriously, please. When we sit in these committees and choose, let's be very realistic and let's be very honest to ourselves. You cannot have Honorable Member for Busumbala, and you should Honorable 𝐬𝐤𝐭𝐢𝐳𝐚𝐥 to lead this committee. And this is the committee that has to perform oversight function on soldiers, on police. So his affiliation to the government will consider him to do so. We're having an independent member for Busumbala who has this vast security experience is the rightful person to lead this committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member. Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabiji. We now have the Honorable Member for Kombo South.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I also want to join my colleagues to thank the committee for the work that they have done and the troubles that they've gone through. I'm also going to join some of my colleagues on the observations that they've made on the selections for both the standing committees and also the international delegation. For me, as Combo South, defense is a priority for us. Over the last 5 years, 6 people were killed in Combo South and nothing happened to it. The Standing Committee on Defense, the work had not been completed and nothing is done. A young man of 28 years was killed in a day broad light, taken to the security at Joshua, and he was left and escaped the prisons. The minister promised that they are going to look into that, and that report is not out. That is Buba Drame who killed Buba Jammeh in Gunjur. Honorable Speaker, for the Security Committee to be led by Honorable 𝐍𝐚𝐭𝐢𝐨𝐬𝐿.
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
I am not allowing you, please.
No, a point of order.
Okay.
Honorable member, if it is a point of observations, you can allow or disallow. A point of order, may we hear the point of order, please?
Clause 18, point of order. Any member deviating from this standing order may be immediately called to order by the Speaker by any other member raising point of order. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable member is deviating from the main topic, which is the...
Your point of order.
To scrutinize. Yes, I'm saying that.
Please,
Yes,
please, Honorable member.
Address the chair.
He has deviated. We are considering.
Honorable member, what is the deviation? What is the deviation?
I cited the clause for it. FCC has deviated, Honorable member.
Right, Honorable member, let me rule on the point of order. Can we have the Honorable member for Combo South continue, please?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I am talking about security, and it's very key to me. As I said, the security, defense and security should be headed by somebody who has a background in security and will not be a threat to the Gambian people. So I am going with the suggestion that we have somebody to head that committee to enable us to do the work that is pending. It is not only Combo South. So many people died over the 5th legislature and nothing is done. Honorable Speaker, I also want to concur with my colleagues on the Committee on Education and ICT. We have very many unfinished businesses when it comes to education in this country. And it is about time that we are serious about the educational processes that is going on. So I want to suggest that Honorable Mbo, who had worked tirelessly with that committee, to still continue to work with Honorable Yaya Gassama to lead this committee to enable us to complete the unfinished businesses that is hanging in this country. We have a threat at the moment. Students are not sitting to their exams because of the situation in Fonyi. How do we have a committee that will not be able to solve that problem and aggravate the position of the students, and also they will not be part of that process? So I think, Honorable Speaker, it is important that for us as National Assembly members, and to make the approval, we have people who have the institutional memory to be able to take this committee to high heights and be able to position us as Gambians so that we are best placed with the West African region to enable the work to continue. And I want to support that idea to bring back Honorable Gassama to be part of this committee. Honorable Speaker, I think the selection committee did not listen to advice. They have done the parliamentary delegations, they have flouted the rules of those parliaments, and they have come up with their own decision, which is not in the best interest of the Gambian people. The Supplementary Act of 2016, which was signed by Honorable Balagaba Jahumba on behalf of the President of the Republic of the Gambia, is very clear on presentation to the ECOWAS Parliament. It is very clear. A member, when sworn in, will be a member of the ECOWAS Parliament until the end of that legislative year. You cannot change it. You cannot change it, and it cannot be changed. Who are saying that former Speaker of the National Assembly was a member of the ECOWAS delegation was before this thing came into effect. This one came into effect in 2016 when Honorable Fatoumata Jahumpa Cissé was not a member of the National Assembly. I think people need to understand they do not mix oranges and apples together, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I am with the view that the monitoring of projects in this country, it is about time that we are serious. A lot of money is going into this project. How can we have somebody to be chairing that committee who do not have any background on infrastructural development, and we are losing millions? The procurement processes are not done on the right way. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to decline and give that position to Honorable 𝐍𝐚𝐭𝐢𝐨, who had been a seasoned procurement officer and project officer to lead that project subcommittee on project monitoring and implementation to have effectiveness, and the money that the Gambian people are going to pay back are put in better use. Honorable Speaker, I want to remind this National Assembly that it is important that we look at the capacity and the dedication and commitment of people. Honorable Swaibu Toure had done a lot of work with the Committee on Constitutional Matters, Human Rights and Constitutional Matters. So I think it is important that we give them that due to enable them to take us to the next steps, because we have a lot of human rights issues in this country, and we need to work so that we help them to be able to work to ensure that human rights issues of this country are solved, and we can only do that when we have competent people and people who have the passion and who are committed to do this work. Honorable Speaker, I want the committee to look at this thing and bring in to Honorable Swaibu Toure to lead that process. Honorable Speaker, to conclude, I want to move a motion without notice that all those who are selected now to the international 53K, Honorable Speaker, okay, to those who are selected to be in the international parliamentary delegations will be called on to give a 10-minute speech as to why do they think they are the best and what do they know about that legislature, where are they going to. Honorable Speaker, that's my motion.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Kombo South. We now have the Honorable Member for Kiang West.
No, I have a motion, Honorable Speaker. I passed a motion, please.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me time. I would also love to thank the selection committee.
Honorable Member, I think there is a motion on the floor.
But let it move on.
Moved by the member for Kombo South. Honorable Member, you quoted Section 53K of the Standing Orders, am I right? Which particular part of the Section 50? Pardon? But I think in that motion, the discretion of the Speaker also to put it up. So that's why I was saying we've heard your motion, because we are now looking at the urgency of it, and we are hearing members tabulate. We are talking about members coming here for each of the committees that they belong to give reasons why they think they can contribute in that committee. Yeah, I mean international committees. If you say international committees, why not other committees? Why not the Standing Committee on Education? The Select Committee on Education. So it will therefore mean that every committee that you belong, you have to justify it. And for me, if we go by that, each member of this National Assembly, we are all equal. You are all here to represent, whether you are a doctorate holder or a primary 4 student. But what you said is true. We need for people who represent us should be able to represent us effectively. That's why we are here. But we should also be mindful that not everybody here has the relevant I mean, well, I don't want to use that word, but we are not equal in this state. But I am confident that if you have 1, 2, 3 in a committee who are efficient, they can help the others. And everybody will have something to contribute. And I also believe, that's an opinion, that you may not be chairman of a committee, and you can be very effective. Though I do share that we qualified people go to the various committees that they can best contribute. So for that honorable member for Combo South, I think we need to revisit that. Otherwise, we will create a Pandora box that we may not be able to control.
For the interest of time, I'm withdrawing the motion.
Very much, honorable member. Continue.
Observation.
The observation denied by the member on the floor. If he does not accept, then you cannot take the floor. Who is making the observation?
I want to observe some of the things that he said. You know, he said something about me. I want to make an observation.
You want to make an observation? Honorable member, you want to make an observation? Where is the honorable member? Make an observation?
Am I giving the floor?
Honorable member, I said please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Honorable member for Combo South said that I should be given the opportunity to chair the Human Rights and Constitutional Matters Committee. But I understand that Human Rights as well as the Petitions Committee are all standing committees. And I'm in both of them. So, and I cannot be in both of them. And I'm chair, now I'm nominated here as chair of the Petitions Committee. So I think the way it is put, to just make me a member of the Human Rights Committee is satisfactory. Thank you.
All right, honorable member for Combo South, you have withdrawn your motion. Am I right, honorable member? Okay. We now have the honorable member for Kiang West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would love to thank the selection committee for taking time to put people in these various committees. And having gone through the list of committees, and I have realized that looking at the criteria to select these committees, we have background of a member. What kind of a background do we mean? And is it an education background or your experience, from your various institutions? And when it comes to gender representation, I have a concern with respect to gender representation. And out of 23 committees, and it has been clear that female member is a chair of only one committee. That is gender and social committee. So I believe having 5 ladies in this National Assembly, 3 been elected, and I think they should be given an opportunity to hear at least few committees, more than one committee. And it's of no doubt that I would also make an observation. It's of no doubt that we had a lot of security lapses in the past 5 years when my sister Fatimata Jawara was a member of Security Committee, and she made it clear that she had no security background. So, do you think that a person will be able to...
Point of order.
May we hear the point of order, please?
Yes, the member for Kiang West is misquoting me, Honorable Speaker.
Authority, please.
Can you say it again, Honorable Member?
I say the member of Kiang West is misquoting me. Observation, sorry.
Are you making a point of order or an observation?
I am making an observation. The member of Kiang West is misquoting me. I am not saying I didn't have a security background. I say that we have a chairperson and a vice chairperson who is heading the head of defense and security who didn't have a security background. But I think every member in this parliament, your academic qualification match with your experience. So I am fit to be in that committee. No amount of intimidation can stop me.
Honorable Speaker, I believe security is one of the most important sectors of our country. So anyone who doesn't have a background on that and might have an experience to be able to fit in that committee. So I believe she doesn't fit in that committee. If she does, then our security will not be advised very well. And when it comes to the area of
Honorable Speaker, point of order, Honorable Speaker. Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Member,
Honorable Speaker, I have a point of order.
Honorable Member, in a point of order, you must quote the standing orders provision.
Yes.
Which provisions of the standing order?
29(5). No member shall impute improper motive to any other member. So I believe, Honorable Speaker, I need to be protected. Tell the member of Kiang West, let him not use improper motive against me.
29 what? That's a wrong interpretation. She got it all wrong. That's not the interpretation of that.
Are you the chair? Respect the chair. You are not the chair, please.
Honorable Member for Kiang West, I sincerely believe that every member of this assembly is competent and fit to belong to any committee.
Not really. Since we
every member of the National Assembly sent by your electorates is fit to be a member of any committee.
Let him withdraw, Honorable Speaker.
In the circumstance,
Honorable Speaker.
Let him withdraw, Honorable Speaker.
Please, Honorable Member, please. In the circumstance, whether you are elected or nominated, so far you are here as a member, you can belong to any of the select committees or standing committees or friendship committees. Now, it is left to Parliament as an institution, all of us, to see where we put in people to be able to achieve the best results possible. But it does not mean that somebody is not fit to be in a committee. That is a term that is not parliamentary, and we should desist from it. And I sincerely believe that the Honourable Member for Kiang West should definitely withdraw that statement.
Honorable Speaker, I believe, hence the criteria are set for the selection of committees, and those criteria are important. So not everyone is fit everywhere, or not everyone can be part of any committee. Because
Honorable Member, I have said that every member of this assembly can belong to any committee and is fit to belong to any committee. You don't have the mandate to tell honorable members that you are not fit to belong to a committee. A member that has been sent here. Please, can you please withdraw and we continue, please?
Honorable Speaker, I humbly withdraw that statement.
Pardon?
I humbly withdraw that statement.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I want to make an observation and with respect to the Select Committee on Gender and the Children and Social Welfare. And it's been observed that we
I've said, when you mentioned those committees,
23.
You know the number. Just talk about the number.
Number 23. And we have all the 5 female National Assembly members in this committee, and we have 8 members altogether. And the gender issue here, and I believe we need to look at it and at least have 4 each, 4 male and 4 female. But because when it comes to gender, it doesn't really necessarily mean only female. It means both male and female. And we have all the 5 National Assembly female in this committee and only 3 male. So I believe this committee needs to also be looked at again and put in another male to make it balanced so that under the gender issue, the gender representation we are talking about, because when it comes to gender representation, it doesn't only mean to have female in, but male also should be part of it. So I believe this one should also be looked at. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Member, are you ready with your observations?
Yes.
Okay, we now have the Honorable Member for Sami.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the Selection Committee. It is not easy to select people into various committees. But although there is something that you are looking at to put those people into those committees. And honorable members, you should know that this committee is the heart of Gambia. If these committees fail, we fail totally. It is the heart of the parliament. The parliament is in the Gambia. So, I'm not. Why is the parliament? The parliament is in the Gambia. We meet with different people. So, where to put those people, one has to look at it. Like when you look at the defense, Honorable Speaker, when there is somebody who knows more about that, has knowledge in that area, obviously, Honorable Speaker, that person, we know each other. We know each other. Even we sit, Gambia is too small. We know each other. Look at page number 15, Health, Select Committee on Health. Who will say that a honorable member for 𝐬𝐢𝐭𝐲 should not be in that committee here? Who will say that? Nobody, because he has health background. He has health background. Honorable member for 𝐬𝐢𝐭𝐲 has health background. He should be given that to lead that committee. When the health committees come, he will be able to know. He can lead us. These are the things that the health department is lacking. But if you put me under the health committee, what am I going to say? I'm an educationalist. Throughout my life, I was in the education system. If you take me to health, I only sit down and listen because I don't know much in health. So therefore, I'm also recommending, please, the chairperson for defense has to be changed. It has to be changed. They look at among themselves. Let the committees choose their chairperson and who is necessary. They know each other. But how can we just handpick somebody and say, yeah, he's going to be the chairperson? It means you are imposing on people. That's not democratic. I think the list should just come verbal like that and say now, committees go and sit down and look at among you who is going to be the chairperson and who is going to be the vice chairperson. There you will see that committees will be able to perform very well. Honorable Speaker, we were all here, we know. How can we take somebody to be chairing 2 committees or more than that? There will be no effectiveness. No effectiveness. One should chair a committee as a chairperson, one. But you should not be a chair of 2 committees. It's going to be conflict of interest. Sometimes even among ourselves, when you are in different committees, you look at which committee suits you. You go to that committee. And a chairperson is very, very important in a committee. So you have to look at that, Honorable Speaker. That is very, very essential. And Honorable Speaker, the other speakers have mentioned, Honorable Member, Honorable Kasama, was in, and he's also an educationalist. He has been in education for years. For him to be in that committee is very, 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 very important. Honorable Speaker, bring him back to education. Bring him back. Yes, let him come back. We were there before. We know what is there. So we want to continue the good work with him there. You know, the institutional memory is very, very important, Honorable Speaker. Even the Honorable Member for Central Baribu was in monitoring, but he's moved. He should also come back to monitoring. He knows there. He knows there. I'm addressing everybody. I'm also addressing the Speaker. Yes, I'm in that committee, I know. Yeah, but the institutional memory is there. So he should come. So, Honorable Speaker, these are some of the observations that I look at it. But this committee is very, very important. As I started saying, it is the heart of the National Assembly. When the committees fail, people will start pointing fingers at us. They will say that these committees, they are favoring each other. So let us see Gambia. Let us not see anybody. Let us see Gambia forward if we want to enjoy our sitting in this parliament. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Sami. As Chairman of the Select Committee on the Committee on Selection, if you go to Section 56 of the Standing Orders, it is stated that the Select Committee may select, appoint members to the chairman of committees. It's not more or less authoritarian or imposition. It is there in the Standing Orders. Thank you, Honorable Member. We now have the Honorable Member for Janjambure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the floor. But then may I please observe with the desk table to actually do the rightful selections on members as to who is to speak, because we have been seeing speakers been given the floor for 2 or 3 occasions when some of us have been here raising our hands without due recognition. Moving forward, I heard one of my colleagues actually saying the selection committee was consultative. I want to bring it before records that I don't think the committee selections were really consultative, because if you look at the composition of the committees, you will come to realize that the independent candidates or the independent representatives are not really represented in the respective committees, and I will urge this August Assembly to actually observe that. Also, I have observed with the structures of the committees that looking at number 20, selection of committees on tourism, arts, culture, youth, and sports, I don't think the young people are well represented in this committee. And I would like to take a reference from a colleague, that is Honorable Motlamin Ba. I have been with him at the National Youth Council as council members, and I think it will be really fair to have the likes of him being represented in the youth committee. Because what we believe here is anything for the youth without the youth is not really serving the interest of the young people. So I would like to urge this August Assembly to actually consider as to how that committee is being constituted. Also, it involves the Tourism Committee. I don't actually know what experience the chairperson of the Tourism Committee has when it comes to tourism development in this country, but I think in selecting the chairperson for some of these committees, it will be important to allow us to sit back amongst ourselves to do justice by selecting the right person to represent us. Going further to the committees, that is for international representations, I would also think the independent candidates represented here are not well represented in those committees. And I would like to observe with this August Assembly to actually look into that and give due considerations as to who should actually represent in what committee. Also, I have observed that with the committees, the chairperson and the vice chairpersons for number 1 to 13 are actually identified. But from 14 going to the last number is not really identified. So I don't know if that was deliberately ignored or it was just meant to leave it as it is for the committee members to decide amongst themselves. So basically, these are some of the things I definitely want to bring across, and I want to take my seat, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Janjambure. We now have the Honorable Member for Sabak Sanjal.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just have some few observations with regards to the list of membership and with regards to the selection committee. First, most of the groups that are most of these international groups are chaired by the re-elected members. I don't know if it is based on, as some of the members here rightly said, based on experience or whatsoever, but I think we were all scrutinized at our constituency level, and I believe that any member who comes here is fit enough to become a chair of these groups. So, and I have not seen any new elected member chairing any of these groups. Secondly, there was no consultation, as the independent candidate for Janjambure rightly said. There was no consultation done at our own level as independent candidates, and I expect that the committee would refer, would ask the majority leader to consider us, the independent candidates, by having a representation in this committee. I can fully remember the honorable member for Badibu Central was one of the members of this monitoring committee, although I was not in the parliament by then, but I was working with GAMEX, which is a consultant company here in the country, and I can remember seeing him and Honorable Samba Jallo coming to see the progress of work. I could fully remember him asking us very tough questions, which definitely motivated us as the consultant and also motivated the contractor to do the right thing at a time. So I don't see no reason why he should be removed from that committee, because his work was seen to be very effective at my own level when I saw him there asking us those questions. So based on that experience, that I had with him, I fully believe that he should be included in that committee once more. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Sabak Sanjal. We have the Honorable Member for Fonyi Bintang.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the platform. I have made an observation that the selection committee have definitely done a great job, and they need to be commended for it. We're looking at it in this dimension. That is, the selection committee have fitted themselves well. The selection committee have fitted themselves well by looking at list of international parliamentary delegates and membership. I don't know it was based on what, but then they are all into this international organization. I think something is special about it. Honorable Salif Jao fitted into Pan-African Parliament, who is a member of the selection committee. Honorable Abdullah Sise also fitted into the ACPU, Joint Parliament Assembly. And Honorable Madi MKC is the same parliament. You look at Billy G. Tunkara, also fitted into ECOWAS Parliament. Alaji S. Dabo fitted into ECOWAS Parliament. They have fitted themselves well. I think I am alerted that something is special. I am new to the parliament, but I think something is special in this parliament. Looking at it, I think here, when we are talking about national interest, and these parliaments are very sensitive, very, very sensitive, because it is about the spirit that you have towards Pan-Africanism and its concept. How far have you been defending Africa? What have you done for Africa? I think this one is spirit that is in you, that you're going to actually demonstrate in that parliament and also actualize in the real sense, to work in the best interest of Africa. I also second the opinion that Honorable 𝐬𝐢𝐫𝐬𝐿 should also be part of the Education Committee, because according to my observation, there is nobody that is more educationist in this assembly than Honorable 𝐬𝐢𝐫𝐬𝐿. They have been an education committee is definitely a business committee. Business in the sense that the tragedy in the Fonyies is definitely unacceptable. So we need the education committee to start working of effect to regulate those issues as of now. So the selection committee per se should go back to the drawing board and fit themselves outside this, according to my observation, and fit themselves into other committees than fitting themselves into the international delegates. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Fonyi Bintang. We have Honorable Member for Fonyi Kansala.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you, the Honorable Speaker. The document that is presented to us here as a guide, it will only be in effect if we all agree and scrutinize it to make sure it is tabled properly as per the various committees that are set before us. I thank the clerk and the team and the committee of selection for a great job that they did. About 58 National Assembly members, their profiles are taken, then they look at each of the areas that they think they will be able to fit in. I thank them for the job well done. No proper selection will meet so far the state issue is concerned, but we are here to scrutinize, agree and disagree, make sure we do for the best interest of this nation and the country at large. So I believe so. We are all here as colleagues. It is not a witch hunt if various committees or names that we ponder in we see other way around. Let's take it as the best practice for us to make sure we achieve and also prosperity will judge us as National Assembly members. I have some observations in key areas. One, selection of committees, education and training in ICT, that is 16. Actually, I've been in this field for quite a while. I know the chairman that is selected. We will work together, and I believe so. A name also is purportedly mentioned. We've also met in some training areas that we think we could work together to make sure we change the narrative of this country so far education is concerned. I believe so. It will also perform well in the deliberation so far my constituency and my region is concerned in Fonyi. I can even guess now, 3 weeks ago, some schools were not even going to school. Schools were closed based on the tragedy that happened between the border. And I believe so. Last week also, the permanent secretary and the regional directorate also went to Fonyi Councillor in the school of Kappa to discuss on the modalities of the teachers that are struck. They had strike to make sure that their rich allowance would be increased. But alhamdulillah, a discussion has been made. They reached into consensus. And from here or tomorrow, I will go there to see how best I can see with them so that we see it moving. Because most of their practical works for 𝐬𝐬𝐿 is not even marked based on the strike that has occurred. So I believe so this educational selection committee will do better to make sure we iron out some of the issues that are affecting the region, more so Fonyi. Since 2017 till date, the decline of educational status quo in both junior and secondary has declined based on some of the effect that my people have faced for the past 5 years, 4 months. In the other area also about defense, generally I've also got some security background, and as per the selection that is made by the selection committee, they've made their findings and they concluded. But we are here as a team. We are here as a voice. We are here as the brotherhood family to make sure we scrutinize the best interests of this nation. As we enter into this parliament, it's not about the color, but it's about that Gambia, that country, that security that we think will be able to change the status quo as we move on. I believe so. Based on the list that I've given comprehensively, we have somebody who can also be represented. I cannot even say better, but could also perform better, and the rest could also follow. Competency doesn't matter. Sometimes you can see somebody in a particular area, and you said he's not competent in that area, but may do better based on some studies. But I believe so. Kante could serve as a lead role chairperson in this committee. Then the rest also will follow to wipe the tears of my people of Fonyi. Armajada was murdered, no cause. Ismail Atamba shot. Kamfenda incidents, children are brutalized. My people are deprived of farming their agricultural farms based on the nature of the status quo of this country. So these are all a hell lot of issues that I think the Security and the Defense Committee should stand upright to see that Gambia, not also single out region. We have a committee that are stationed in Fonyi. Thousands of lives, thousands of properties have been destroyed. So these are all areas that I think we could work harness to make sure we see an effective change, provided we have a leader who will be able to change the narrative of the cause for this important committee. And the other observation that I've also made is in areas of chairpersons, honesty is the key of every society or a club or an organization. If you know you are given a chance to be a chairperson of a particular select committee, decline yourself in the second select committee, give chance to others. Because we all know this parliamentary committees is not an easy task. You could use one, be in one, and also decline in the others for honesty and also effectiveness in performing your role. So I advise my fellow parliamentarians, if you're one of those, please decline and give chance to others. The other area also is we are divided into various committees. As per your expertise or your area of specialization, you know yourself. If, for example, you are in a committee that you cannot perform better, seek the indulgence of the committee or announce to the parliament then they can also befit you in a particular committee for the best interest of those committees as we all move on. Then the other area that I've also had an eyebrow raised in it, that is the international delegation. We believe so. We are, as independent candidates, we never consulted. And I believe so. My honorable colleague just have mentioned. The reason why people grab international delegation is for a purpose, or they have something that they think they will be able to. As we alluded here, as you come new, you also have that mandate, the wider scope for you to be able to analyze and think ahead or make your own research. So I believe so. If you look at all sectors of those selection committees for international delegations, we are misrepresented and we are not considered. As selections of committees, they have befitted themselves into various of those committees and ignore others. If you want to see a fair and a balanced parliament, I think we should consider that and see us together and we move as a team for the best interest of this country. So when that is not done, we will take ourselves to another level of ourselves. So I want the committee to look into it very carefully and also advise, in the best interest of the entire globe. I've also looked at the area, the friendship, parliamentarian friendship group. Looking at my background, I am a CCLA trainer, and also I have a good background in Arabic. I'm not lobbying also, but I believe so. It could be better if I'm also considered in the Saudi Arabia, that we have a lot of things in common, that we have also been working with a lot of donors that are impacting the life of the society, especially the Muslim community and the society at large. So I believe so. Consideration should be done in that particular regard. Then the last part is area of agriculture. I know there are seasonal agriculturists in that particular area, but I'm putting to this parliament and also putting to the committee that my own people in Kansala have been deprived of their lands of farming because of this occupancy of the Senegalese forces. So I submit to this August Assembly that something needs to be done immediately. By June, July, we will start farming in those furrows, irrespective of what.
Honorable member, remember we are not on an adjournment debate. Please be specific on the issues and observations on the agenda item, please.
Thank you. I'll take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member for Fonyi Kansala. We now have the honorable member for Lower Salon.
Yes, thank you, honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. May I also observe defense and security. Honorable Speaker, yes, we are here as representative, a member of National Assembly, not a party caller, or labeling somebody as a threat. Honorable Speaker, the then Parliament, the chairman of that Defense and Security, it was the Deputy Speaker. The vice was Honorable Adivasa, the member of Serekunda, which was holding a political party. But then they deliver well because they have seen only Gambia. Honorable Speaker, let's see Gambia first. Honorable Speaker, giving somebody a position, in fact, giving somebody a leader, sitting on being a chair, you as a member, you can scrutinize the chairman that what you are doing is not the right thing. Honorable Speaker, for instance, the last Parliament, Honorable Suleiman Sow was our chairman of monitoring. And then we work together. But sometimes we, the members, in fact, we hammer our chairman very well. You being the member, sitting down, you can hammer the chair because we are seeing Gambia. We want to work hand in glove to see Gambia, nothing more. Honorable Speaker, let's leave everything at the door of that Parliament. Here we are representing the people of our nation, period. But some eyeline somebody mark is a threat? No. In fact, this parliament, we need to be emphasize decorum, Honorable Speaker. If you have differences, leave it down there. Gambia first. I see. Honorable Speaker, and again, I have issues to raise because the composition of these committees, as you say, is party representative and experience and so forth and so on. If you have seen the previous parliament, there are various chairmen who are composed in various committees. I will take a good example. Monitoring, and I guess the member for Upper Badibu, no, Central Badibu, he was a good tool, definitely, and because he was working hand in glove with the members, and again, as what Sabak says, we are here to represent our people, not the party. And he manifests, the honorable member for Badibu, he manifests very well that he is representing Gambian people. In fact, sometimes we have differences, that there's no route given to Salakins and others. But anything comes to the national interest, he support it. It's what we are all yearning for, because this Gambia belongs to everybody. You cannot single-handed given to anybody else. No, who can do the work? In fact, you can have experience in a particular various committees. You cannot deliver well. You cannot. Honorable Speaker, based on I don't know, maybe, but Honorable Speaker, I want to decline in some committees which I am yes substitute very well, like health committee. Honorable Speaker,
can you please quote the number?
Number 15, huh? Yes. 15. Yes. I have discussed with the deputy majority leader, and I want to propose Honorable Abdullah Sise. Maybe he has experience. I don't know, but I cannot go in a place whereby before grabbing the how to call it, the experience, it will take me time to deliver. You understand? Then I will swap honorable member for all Yunduma. Yes. And then I'll be going to monitoring. So I don't know whether you are satisfied with it or not. You will discuss with him.
Honorable member, are you saying that the committee on health,
very
you
well.
want to come out of it, yes, and that you want to move to?
I propose honorable member, deputy majority leader, to that committee. Yes.
That committee?
Yes.
And you go to where he's coming from?
Monitoring, very well.
That's what you are proposing?
Yes, I propose it to him, and we are in a census. Yes, Honorable Speaker, in a serious note, Honorable Speaker, I don't have much to say on this. Again, there is a delegation here. This Gambia Venezuela Friendship Group, Honorable 𝐬𝐢𝐭𝐫 is still there. If anybody is not captured in these delegations, I can easily decline and ask give chance to others to because as far as I am in ACP EU Parliament, yes. If others are not part of any delegations, then they can squeeze in on this how to call it, this Gambia Venezuela Friendship Group. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I take my seat. Huh?
Honorable member, let's remind ourselves, we have select standing committees, we have select committees, we have a list of parliamentary groups, and then we also have friendship associations. These are 4 different categories of membership. And what I understand, for your information, is that we do as much as possible to make sure in each of the friendship organizations, at least every member is a member of at least 1, before you can have 2. Honorable member for Lower Salem. We now have the honorable member for 𝐬𝐢𝐿 constituency.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the floor. I first of all thank the Standing Committee on selection of members to this committee. Thank you very much for a job well done. I have few things to observe and then want to suggest if possible. Like some of my members have rightly mentioned with regards to the chairman of committees. I'm suggesting that if possible, we can allow the members to sit among themselves and decide who to chair the committees. If that is acceptable, we can sit together and decide among ourselves. But also talking about chairman of committees also, I think also it's very important here for us to note one thing. We are working as a team and we are working as a group. If committee comes up together as a committee, yes, the chairman is there to lead in our delivery. At the end of the day, he's not the only one to decide. We decide as a group. So based on our experience that we have together, when we put them together, we're there to help the chairman to move ahead with his work, because he's not deciding on his own. He's deciding based on what we have already decided together, because he's just there to lead us and then deliver on our behalf. So he's just our captain as a team, but doesn't mean that he's playing the whole game. We all move in the game together. So I think we have to look at things properly. Yes, I'm hearing suggestions that we have experienced people within the group. I didn't mean that they were not part of the team. It would have been difficult, but they are part of the team. So let's look at it properly. If at all, we feel that those chairmen are being selected based on experience per se, for me, it's welcoming. And the other thing also, we always talk about experience. Talking about the last legislature that was here, some of the members were not experienced on what they were given to. They were given roles and responsibilities they were assigned in certain committees. But that doesn't mean that they were experienced. But they came to learn through. And learning through gave them the experience. That's why they are talking here today. So the new ones also are also experienced. Some were leading, some were heading associations, some were heading companies, some were heading organizations. And then they have those experience. So putting those experience together, it will definitely help. So let's always look at the new ones as people who are experienced. Let's see the new ones as people who can do it. And let's see the new ones as people who can deliver. Yes, they are elected. Why were they elected? It has a reason. Because they gave it back to their people. Yes, they came back here for a reason. So we are also elected for a reason also. So being elected for a reason means something. So the experience there is also important. So please, I'm suggesting to my members to say, let's not see the new ones are not people that are not experienced or the people who don't know what they are doing. They have the experience, they can do it, and they can deliver as the elected one. Maybe if not all, but we can even do better than the elected one. Sorry to use that word. So please, let's see ourselves as one family, work together as a family, and then look at the committees as a teamwork committee, not as an individual committee where the head will there to decide. He's not going to decide on our own. He's there to decide as a group, and then bring it back to report on behalf of the group. And when he's reporting, we have the right to observe. So please, let's see this chairman, if possible, go back to the drawing board, sit together as committees, and then come up with ideas. I think this is a few of the things that I need to observe and then suggest to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for 𝐬𝐢𝐿. We now have the Honorable Member, nominated member, 𝐬𝐤𝐿 Fofana, rather. Honorable nominated member, 𝐬𝐤𝐿 Fofana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think I would start by commending the selection committee for a job well done. It was not an easy task, putting into consideration that, we have certain elements with regards to representation where the numbers were few. For example, when we talk about gender, we have only 5 female. And then at the end of the day, it was the responsibility of the selection committee to put all of these bits and pieces together and come up with a very, very formidable force. Mr. Speaker, I've listened very well. And during the intervention of members, I think 3 main points were highlighted. The first one was about representation, basically coming from the side of the independent candidates. And I think this August Assembly must have a keen listening ear. And this August Assembly also, having an oversight responsibility outside, should make one focal point as its responsibility, which should be self-assessment. Now, if members say they are not represented, we should ask ourselves, what are the underlying principles? I think whatever was done by the selection committee was either guided by the Constitution or by the standing orders. So what I want to do is refer this August Assembly to Standing Order 111, which is on the Committee of Selections, and then I would correlate this to what is obtained on the report of the Selection Committee. Standing Order 111, paragraph 1 states that the Committee of Selection shall consist of the Speaker as chairperson and 5 members of the Assembly, of whom 3 shall be nominated by the majority leader and 2 by the minority leader. Mr. Speaker, if we go to the committee, the report of the Committee of Selections on the nomination of members, and turn to page 2, you'll have the members of the committee. And the members of this committee, number 1 is the Honorable Speaker, which correlates as to what is provided in the standing order. Number 2 is Honorable 𝐬𝐢𝐭𝐫 from NPP. Number 3 is Alhaji S. Dabo from UDP. Number 4 is Abdullah Sise from NPP. Number 5 is Honorable Salifu Jao from NPP. And number 6 is Honorable Madi K. Sise from UDP. Sorry about it. Which means that the Committee of Selection was formed in accordance with the Standing Committee. So now...
Point of order, please.
Order, yes. Okay.
Point of order. Honorable Speaker.
All right. May we hear the point of order quoting the relevant section of the standing orders?
Okay. On the Standing Order 111, as he referred to, we are not saying that we are supposed to be represented at that committee, but what we are emphasizing here is the Committee of Selection shall consist of the Speaker as chairperson and 5 members of the Assembly, of whom 3 shall be nominated by the majority leader and 2 by minority leader in consultation with their respective groups. We were not consulted. This is what we are saying.
Honorable member,
thank you.
That is not a point of order. It's probably a point of observation or information. And we are dealing with a point of order, please.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member for Sabah.
Can the nominated member continue?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you very much, Member for Sabah Sanjal. And that's exactly where I was coming. If at all the composition of the selection committee was done in accordance with the dictates of the standing order. Now we move on to how it was executed. That brings the question, where does the independent candidates fit? It is a very, very important question. Where do they fit? Do they fit with the majority or do they fit with the minority? And this is an important question which we will allow the entire assembly to digest on. So which means on the issue of representation, if at all there is any, on the issue of representation, if at all there is anything that we need to improve on, should be consultation among ourselves, involving the independent candidates in whatever we are doing altogether. And how that needs to go about, I wouldn't deliberate further. I think both the majority leader and the minority leader are better placed to continue forth with that endeavor. And the other issue that was much deliberated on was the issue of the ECOWAS Parliament. Because the Honorable Member for Banjul South did make a quotation or refer to the constitution of the ECOWAS Parliament. And again, the Honorable Member for Combo South as well did the same thing. All of them refer to the same relevant section of the ECOWAS Parliament. But having listened keenly, what they would say consistently is, on the issue of disqualifications to the ECOWAS Parliament, they'll be like, a member could only be disqualified if at all he or she is not what? Elected. But these elections are on two layers, which needs to be clarified. Is it election at the constituency level, or is it election at the assembly level? This needs to be clarified. Of course, I'm not in for A or for B or to say the composition have to change. No, but as far as we are making deliberations at the National Assembly here, we should not leave any rooms for ambiguity. Whatever we say has to be crystal clear, so that at the end of the day, the members can be what? Better guided. And again, I think I would like to align myself, Mr. Speaker, with my honorable brother from Funi Councillor. The old members knows where it's good. But we shouldn't make that definition. If we make that, we might be wrong. We are supposed to be a united house. We are supposed to be a formidable force. When we walk inside this room, let us put our party colors outside. It starts today, because by virtue of being a member or by virtue of forming this committees, be it in the standing committees or in the select committees, now the 6th legislature, it is assuming its powers. The oversight powers and the legislative powers, as well as the representative powers. One thing is important: membership to those committees. The select committee said they have looked at the background of all members. Not so. And by background, we mean their academic background and work experience. So which means whatever is obtained in this list should be definitely good and a viable tool for this assembly as far as the select committee is concerned. Because myself, I've gone the extra mile and I've tried to put on party tax on individual members. And when you put on party tax on individual members, you will realize that all the parties are equally represented. You will find the NPPs there, you will find the UDPs there, you will find the independent candidates there. Of course. No, Honorable Speaker, since the point of observation, I would like to proceed. Okay? What I'm saying is, you will find the parties equally represented. Equally represented. Of course, in some instances, you'll find some overlaps. Myself, I have certain expertise in certain committees where I did not find myself. But I believe like I'm already overloaded. Unless and until you have other motives. Unless and until you have other motives. But if at all your motive is to serve, then efficiency should be underscored. Mr. Speaker, I want to continue.
Observation, please. Observation, please.
Can the honorable nominated member continue, please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, please, let the nominated member continue, please.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to make some observations with regards to, the Standing Order Committee on Defense and Security, which should be on page 3 of the report, number 8. I believe the security sector is one of the most important sectors of this country. And security should not be taken for granted. And it is only natural that this parliament is given the oversight function of having that regular interface, having that opportunity to scrutinize the security sector and make sure that it is out there to serve the best interests of this country. The only unfortunate aspect of this is that on the first day of the 6th legislature, some missteps have been taken. I think no one individual person have a greater iota of the interests of this country at heart than the other. We all believe in this country, and this country is the only country we have. So it is rather unfortunate that we can look at each other as honorable members and start labeling each other.
That statement has been withdrawn. They keep mentioning it. It has been withdrawn, and they keep mentioning it.
Are you the chair? Address the chair, my friend.
Mr. Chair.
Honorable members, we have laws governing this, our institution, made and approved by us. We are all expected to go by it. Please address all your issues to the chair, please, and allow the honorable member, nominated member, to continue.
Mr. Speaker, the main reason I'm referring to that point is currently you have 9 members in the standing committee, from Honorable 𝐍𝐚𝐭𝐢𝐨 to Honorable 𝐼𝐫. These 9 honorable members are supposed to work together with one common purpose, that is to make sure that the security sector of this country serves the people well. Now, Honorable 𝐍𝐚𝐭𝐢𝐨 have served in the parliament before. He have experience, and he has served this country well. He has served this country well. If in one way or the other, I would say he should not chair this committee, it must be based on his expertise. And telling me, fine, I'm one of the people who believe in merit. Of course, if you have someone who has a security background, one would naturally say, let the individual lead it. But it's not automatic. It's not automatic. The individual with the security background here does not have any parliamentary experience. And here we are, we have an honorable parliamentarian who have a parliamentary experience without a security background. So which means, let us allow the committee itself to decide. But my point here is, let us not start labeling each other. This house should be an honorable one, and we should set example for the larger country. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I would say thank you, and I would like to take my seat.
Thank you, honorable nominated member. We now have the member for Funi Jarol.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the floor. Most of the observations I have made have already been pointed out. There's only one area the debate is centered on, which is leadership, because any one of us who is elected or selected to be in this parliament, I think is competent enough or qualified enough to be here. Remember, we are voted in, and then we competed either more than 1, 2, or 3 people, and then we are selected to be number 1 to be selected to be here. Leadership is all about commitment, and leading a team is going to be teamwork. So we are just debating here who's supposed to be where and who's supposed not to be where. And we're talking about experience. You can never know my experience unless I'm tested. So you must be competent enough, and then you must be someone who is dedicated to serve your country. And then when we are sworn in this National Assembly, what we sworn in was to defend the interests of this country. So I believe any one of us is fit to be served any position or any committee that we are given. So what matters most as a leader You have to be a listener or a learner. That's how I define leadership. You have to learn and listen to the people you're going to lead. And in doing that, you're going to achieve results in order to be able to develop and engage people to serve. So I believe any one of us who is here, where you come from, your constituency, you're going to represent everything, whether security or education or whatever. You represent it all, meaning all of us are fit here to represent every committee. But if you go by the white man knowledge of experience, that's another way of just taking people out. Those of us who are coming to the parliament newly, meaning our first time we are only going to be backbenchers because we don't get the experience. So you have to test us to see that we get that experience that we are debating. If not, there will be no time limit for even leadership, because you will ask the person who is there to continue because he's the one who got the experience. So I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for 𝐬𝐤. We now have the Honorable Member for 𝐷𝐵𝐻 Dankunku.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, let me join my colleague to thank the selection committee for actually sitting down, cross-checking our CVs and everything to come up to this selection. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, today is one of the most important days as we are laying a foundation for the success of the 6th legislature of the next 5 years. Then we are now deciding on this committee. These committees are the lifeblood of every parliament. Committees are very important. Then therefore, if we are dealing with these committees, I think we'll forget about cosmetic. We do the right thing. I will take an example from myself. I am almost to my 15 years in Parliament. The chair, the Honorable Speaker, knows it. And then since I came in this Parliament, I belong almost to only 2 committees. That is the FPAC, and monitoring. Now you remove me from all these committees and take me to another committee where I will find another new members. It means that we are all new in that committee. Do you want to utilize my expertise of experience, or you just want to take me and then dump me in a committee? We must, you see, these committees are very important. Then therefore, if we are doing it, let's do the right thing and have the right committees. You have it at the right members at the right committees. Let me just check from what they call, that is the member for Busimbala. We all know that it's a security person. I'm not saying let him chair, but let him be in that committee. Security and defense. Okay, okay, sorry. No, I oversighted him. So that's not a problem. So the other issue, Honorable Speaker, is the committee chairperson. Honorable members, what we'll do, they have did their selection. But I would want us to refer the selection of committee chairs, to be done by the committee, the committee itself. You know why? Because sometimes this is a plenary. It is the highest decision body in the assembly. Once this is approved, for me, when it is approved, and you select me as a chairperson, I am inefficient. If you want to remove me, I will say, no, we go back to plenary. Because it is the plenary that approves me. Then therefore, no committee, if we approve this one like this, if your committee chairperson is inefficient, you cannot remove him unless it comes back to plenary. Because this is the highest decision body. If it is me, I will say, no, you cannot remove me. Then therefore, let's refer it to the committees. They select their own chairperson and vice chairperson. In case of they are inefficient, they can just sit down as a committee and replace him by somebody. For me, this is my opinion. Let us not approve it as it is. Let us refer it back to the committees for them to select their own chairperson. in case of any inefficiency or anything, so that they can automatically change him without coming back to plenary. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of the standing order have made it very clear that the FPAC committee and the Public Enterprise Committee cannot be chaired by parties in the executive. So if we looked at it, like the Committee on Foreign, one of the committees, I think, I'm talking of the vice chairs now, because immediately if the chairperson is not there, automatically it's the vice chair who will chair. Then that vice chairperson should not come from the executive, from a party from the executive. Or both the chairperson of the Public Finance Committee and the FPAC should come from the opposition group, so that in the event the chairperson is absent, automatically the next person will, of course, it should be gone like that, because the standing order makes it very clear it should not be chaired by a party in the government. It's very clear. So automatically, if the vice chairperson comes from a party of the executive, in the event the chairperson is not there, he acts as a chairperson. Then therefore, it is not correct for you to have the chairperson from the minority leader group, and then have the chairperson from government. It's not correct. I think
observation. Observation.
No, okay, hold on. If I finish, then you come.
It's point of clarification. Point of clarification. It's important for you.
No problem.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The member was saying that if the selection is done at the selection committee, at the committee level, we cannot remove him unless we go back. That is incorrect. What is correct is that when it comes to vote of no confidence, it can be done at the committee level and it can be removed. Thank you.
Yeah, you can make reference to Section 98 of the standing orders.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, my next issue, I don't even want to argue it. That is the issue of this ECOWAS with this protocol. The decision of this one will not be taken here. The decision of this one will be taken in May, when we are all there. We will all go there in May. Already we have received our letters to participate in the next session coming in May. It is irrelevant to argue anything here, because this one is not applicable here. It is applicable at ECOWAS. Yes. So that one, yeah, I don't even argue at that one. We will be there in May by the grace of God. Then, Honorable Speaker, I think these are the few observations that I actually have. But we must be very careful with the way the committees are set, because for me, as I look at it, all my parliamentary 10 years expertise in FPAC and monitoring, it is nobody will utilize it. And then I'm now put in the committees that I never know. We are all new there. We are all going to be a starter again. So what are we then doing justice when we are during this election? People with their expertise, you remove them there, go and dump them somewhere else.
Observation.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I just...
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Nyamina Dankunku. Honorable members, I want us to refresh our minds. I have observed that a series of recommendations are coming on an issue. And I think we should all open up our minds, like allowing committees to select their various chairpersons and vice chairpersons. I heard it over and over. We must be mindful. If you want to ensure that you capture all the various political groupings, gender groupings, qualified people, etc., etc. If you do it at committee level, the Committee on Education will look at the best amongst them and agree. The Committee on Health is there. How do you know that they are not electing the same parties to their chairpersons? or the same groupings, no female. So we have to be careful as we approach the issues. Otherwise, we may create more problems. We now have the member for Brikama South.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think first I want to thank the Selection Committee for dealing with a very delicate job. I think the issue on the table here is about the lifeblood of the Assembly, the committees, which I believe is going to be difficult for the Selection Committee to satisfy the entire National Assembly. Because people have different interests that is diverse. Notwithstanding, I want to observe certain areas by putting into the consideration the set criteria that was put by the Selection Committee, that is political pluralism, background of the members, and gender representation. But one thing I want the committee to relook at, that is the issue of the background of members, not only in the academic or experience in the field of their life, but also the fifth legislative also need to be looked at. Speakers before me laid emphasis on that. More especially, you have committees that were performing more than the other committees. And that is as a result of how vibrant that particular committee that is performing. And one thing that is very key, the leadership is very key in every committee. Like if the leadership is not proactive, you find it difficult for the committee to live up to expectation. As far as our oversight functions are concerned, I want us to look at it. Somebody who is in a committee in the fifth legislative, and you are not a passenger but a carrier, you have a lot of impact in that area. You have a lot of unfinished job with those committees. Some of the reports are not even yet tabled. So if you can go back and look at those people, especially some who are very vibrant, if they come because they know where they stop and what are pending, you can guide the committee as how are you going to achieve some of the pending jobs. That is my observation, and I want you to put that into consideration. But going back to the report of the Selection Committee, after the standing committees, at the tail end I saw a requirement, required no preliminary approval. So I want the mover of the motion to make that emphasis. Are you talking about the committees or are you talking about the composition? So I want you to make emphasis on that. I mean, if you look at your report on the selection of the nomination of memberships, if you, after the standing committees, then the tail end, number 14, you have subsidiary legislation. You have, there's a footnote that says required no plenary approval. So I want you to make clarification. Are you talking about the standing committee, the committees, or the membership, which is very key? Other than that, much has been said. It's always unfortunate to come last, but I want to stop here for the time being.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Brikama South. We now have the Honorable Member for TV&MEDIA.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I will try to be very brief, as most of my interventions I just have to echo some of these things. Like, for example, when what I've observed in Africa, or specifically in the Gambia, we make good procedures, we make good laws, but in practice, we miss the first steps. Now, if you are informed that the basis of selections or composition of the committees are based on the background of the candidate, but then the selection itself reflects otherwise, it means we are defeating the purpose. Because the purpose of selecting, considering their backgrounds and experience, is to make sure that they are comfortable in their positions and they are able to effectively execute their functions. Now, that is one of the problems. that we are seeing. And then I want to specifically talk about the security issue, the Security Committee, Defense and Security Committee. I would not accept anyone, I would not want anyone to downgrade the importance of this particular committee. Gambia being part of a region that is very volatile, and then we have a lot of security challenges. This committee has to play a very instrumental role in guiding this August Assembly with regards to effective security strategies in this country. We have had our security challenges in the past 5th legislative year, in the legislature, in Faraba Bantang and other issues, and we've not seen how proactive the previous committee has been. And we've had somebody say that one of the members was claiming because he did not have security background. Now, giving that committee somebody who did not have any security background, I think is defeating the purpose, because that committee is supposed to scrutinize the security apparatus, and then both the police and the army, and then any individual who should charge that must be au fait with the operations of that institutions. You know, we cannot just put it down to, yes, all membership, yes, you can there, but you cannot have a chairman that should be micromanaged. The chairman must know something about that institutions, so that he should be able to, it will be very easy to support him. So I don't, like the Honorable Jawara once said here, that's exactly our point. You excuse yourself from a committee in which you feel it will take you time to adjust. And that is very positive. And this is what we expect every member to do when you are positioned in a committee that you feel it will take you time to adjust, because we need to move on. And then I believe, I object to the nomination of that chairman, Honorable Sidinja, based on the fact that he doesn't have the security background. But again also, will he have the power, will he have the audacity to speak truth to power? Because we had, like I said, security challenges. And sometimes National Select Committee on Security will go and do their findings and come and report to National Assembly. We expect that report to be impartial, without influence, because we've all sworn to that. But if you ask me, do I doubt it? I say yes, because we know where he came from, and we know we let committee's integrity with regards to the way they see issues in terms of security will be safeguarded. I doubt it. So the other issue is the old guards, like Honorable Foni Bintang and then other honorables have cited. We've seen that they have fixed themselves in all these international parliaments. You cannot tell me that you base it on experience. 5 years ago, you went there as a freshman. Where was the experience? When you went there, you don't have experience. So not tell us people that you went there because of experience. If people don't go there, how do they? There's no criteria or school that teaches people to go to West African Parliament. There's no school. There's no certificate. So I believe every member who is here, in fact, I thought it would have been best practice to allow the fresh people also to go and expose themselves. Because we've seen the composition of that people who are in African, in those parliaments. They've been in other international parliaments, and now they just shift over to another parliament. Are they the only competent people here? Are they the only government people have elected? I think the best practice would have been, you've sat 5 years, allow other people. I've seen 1 or 2 freshmen, like sir, I encourage that. They could have allowed giving way to somebody else. If you are in the first parliament, you've never been exposed to that level, you should be given a chance. I buy that. You are in the the other parliament, you've never been exposed, you should be given a chance. But if you have been exposed to that, you should be changed. Honorable Speaker. So there is nothing like parliamentary parliamentary experience with regards to that. I want to echo the statements of Honorable 𝐍𝐚𝐭𝐢𝐨 with regards to the Select Committee on Gender, Children and Social Welfare, 23. Now, I'm all for women's advancement, but that does not mean we should dump them at one committee. Because it is gender, does not mean that's where they can function well. And then, in fact, this disparity, like Honorable for Banjul South has noted, is because they've grouped all of them in one committee. That is why you cannot see them in other committees. Because if they are supposed to be in 4 committees, and you now put all the 5 women in one committee, it means you are limiting their inclusion to other committees. So I think, for me, my suggestion or recommendation would be, it is enough to have a female to chair it, another female to deputize it. But the other 3 female should be taken to other committees that where we don't have any female representatives. I think in that way we can have female in all committees. Thank you, you for giving me the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for 𝐶𝐚𝐭𝐢𝐨. We now have the Honorable Member for 𝐷𝐢𝐿𝐈.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I am not speaking as a member of the selection committee, speaking as a member from 𝐷𝐢𝐿𝐈 constituency with regards to the composition of selection in the various committees that we have in the National Assembly in the 6th legislature. But also, I would want to help the majority leader, who is the mover of the motion, before he comes to clarify on issues raised by members. Part of what I wanted to say has been clarified by the nominated member, 𝐬𝐢𝐭𝐿𝐈, on various issues with regards to the defense and security and the other committees as per the international delegations. But then I also wanted to reiterate for Honorable Speaker, with regards to the Standing Committee on Defense and Security, I've heard members talking about an individual who cannot chair that committee. I think that is not fair. We have looked at the backgrounds. We have looked at the political pluralism and then the representation pattern of selections. Honorable 𝐶𝐚𝐥, as far as I know, the last time I checked, was a law student at the University of the Gambia. And I think having him as a member of that committee and as a chair is something that, no, I'm not accepting it for now. You want to observe it? Oh, okay, yeah, okay.
Honorable Speaker, my honorable colleague from 𝐷𝐢𝐿𝐈 is a member of the selection committee. I think the ideal thing would have been we wait until honorable members make their observations. If you have anything to add on or clarify, we can help the majority leaders do that, but not to intervene at this time of the debates.
I just wanted to clarify certain issues because I don't think it's right for this issue to come on and on, for us to clarify one and for all, so that other members who have not spoken can take it from there.
Honorable Member, I think what he is saying is you are part of the selection committee. Listen to your comments, and then you people who are members will come and now address their concerns. If you talk, others, if you leave it out, somebody else will pick it from there.
I am a member from 𝐷𝐢𝐿𝐈 constituency, and I think I have right to speak my mind.
You still have the right. No, it was just a suggestion. You still, if you want to continue, you can please continue.
Yeah, of course I wanted to continue. I just wanted to, buttress more on what they've said on the nomination of Honorable 𝐶𝐚𝐥 as chairperson, just to throw out the sentiments coming from members with regards to that. Some of my colleagues have said the composition of the committee, selecting a chairperson of the committee. In the 5th legislature, we have somebody who is the chairperson who has a security background. And I've heard Honorable Member from Darling say the last legislature, the Security and Defense Committee was not effectively functioning. So if you have somebody who has security background and security committee at the National Assembly was not functioning, what is stopping this National Assembly to select somebody who has no security background to lead that committee? As per his submission, I said. So I think it is wise for us. The member that they are identifying is already a member in that committee. The chairperson position is nothing for me. What is more important is you have qualified members in the committee to support the chairperson to do the job. That is more important. So for me, it's not about pointing finger to an individual to say he should not be a chairperson to that select committee or that standing committee. It's about the composition. Let's talk about the composition. Do we have the right people in that committee to do the job effectively, but not to point finger to an individual to say he is not supposed to be the chairperson? Honorable Speaker, this is what I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Olu-Yundum. We now have the Honorable Member for Upper Fuladu West.
Thank you so very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also highlight some of the issues that have already been discussed. Well, for me, I just want to make a little contribution concerning about this whole issue. I think first of all, I have to thank the selection committee for selecting people into various positions, because this is not an easy job, because whereby all the National Assembly members have to tender their CVs before anything is done. So what I just want to say is, I just want to make a personal appeal to National Assembly members that let's see our country, that is the Gambia. We should see Gambia. The moment when we enter in this building, what we're supposed to see is Gambia. We should not see our party. We should not see our consequences. What we should see is the Gambia. What is most important, that is the composition for me. Though I already tender my CV, though I'm a health professional, by profession, I'm a health worker by professional, and also on education, on sports, on media, different aspects. But I cannot be in all this committee. So what is important, if you find yourself in one or two committees, what is important, you should just work as a team. I think here the most important thing is the composition. Being the chairman does not mean that whatever you say should stand. Sometimes a chairman can be in a committee. The members are more effective than the chairman. So I want members to understand, because we have been just going around the same perimeter since in the morning up to now. You know, it seems the assembly is in a limbo, and we should not be in a limbo. This is just the beginning of the journey. So I am urging members, let's respect the selection committee, the decision made by the selection committee. You know, we can just, come up with our opinions, but this is a responsibility assigned to them. So, but if you want to see other way around, so it will make life difficult for us. So thank you. This is my contribution.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Upper Fuladu West. We now have the Honorable Member for Nyani.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the chance. Most of the things that I wanted to say have been highlighted by my colleagues, but I just still have a few things that I want to dwell on, especially in the aspect of security. Now, when you look at security, in most cases in our arguments, we centered everything on background and experience. It is very important to have the background of a particular issue. But regarding the experience, once we have a member of that committee who have the experience, will be able to help the chairperson, whether he has the experience or not, in carrying out that function. And you can only realize a weakness of that particular committee if they are not working together. And regarding defense and security is one of the most important things, especially in the rural Gambia. Sometimes when we talk about defense and security or high crime rates, we center everything in the combos here, or we center everything in the urban areas here. But the rural Gambia, they are also suffering, especially the constituency where I come from. There is a particular area where you know that almost every academic year, there are some people who will launch an attack to that particular village, and still now it's happening. You go to Nyani, the same thing. You go to Sami also, there are certain areas where you also have the same thing there. The background here is very important, but for experience, If the inexperienced ones are not given the chance to experience, when will they have the experience? The inexperienced ones must be given the chance to experience so as for them to have the experience. So on that note, I thank you for giving me the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Nyani. We now have the Honorable Member for Supplementary.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. And there are some points that I've already observed, and I would like to bring to the National Assembly here. And some points, which is one of the points, which is the gender equality. I think this needs to be taken very, very carefully. I appeal to the selection of committee to look into this properly, because drawing back to the voters registration, which our own elections has just passed, the female, I would say women, has participated a lot in voting for us, definitely. The registration, when you go to the IEC registration center, for example, when you check with IEC, women are the majority who registered in that sector. And chairing the committees, the subcommittees that the selection of committee has just formed, I think they should also allow the women to chair some of the committees. And also the newly elected members needs to be considered for chairing some of the subcommittees. As some of my colleagues mentioned right away, that if you're not given the chance to learn, I'll quote the former Honorable Majority Leader from Combo South, Honorable 𝐾𝐽 came into that position, which is the Majority Leader or the ECOWAS Parliament, when he just got newly into the Parliament. And if they did not allow us to start counting from one where he started and then learn to Z or 100, then it means we don't have an experience. And I think which is not fair to the newly elected members as well. And coming down to I also commend Madi Sise to head the ACP EU Parliamentary Assembly delegation and need clarification. I also need clarification from the selection committee why Honorable Abdullahi Sise is chairing the committee when Madi was already there during the last legislative. And I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Supplementary. We now have the Honorable Member for Combo East. Combo East, please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I have an observation here on page 10. That is a list of international parliamentary delegation and membership. My observation here is the select committee, as my colleague, Honorable Member for 𝐍𝐚𝐭𝐢𝐨𝐬𝐿 said. It's like they've fitted themselves very well in this.
Honorable Member, you said page 10, committee number. What's the number of the committee you're talking about?
The headline 4, list of international parliamentary and delegation membership. Looking at the selections from 1 to 8 has clearly indicated that the selection committee were there to serve themselves first. And I'm not pointing it out to single out individuals, but collectively. And having seen this, it's like there has been a common reference to the new elected National Assembly members as newcomers. But we also came into the National Assembly with our diverse experience. And we are able to deliver, and we can. And then getting back to the selection, getting back to page 5, page 3, number 7, the Finance and Public Accounts Committee, which, as per my CV, I find myself well fitted in this than any other committees that I may be spotted in. So, looking at this, to me, I'm advising the committee to get back to the drawing board and revisit this, to check, and then the national interest matters most. We should consider it with due diligence to be able to fix out people in their areas of competence, to be able to deliver and serve the country much better than fitting out people to take a choice that you might not want to. We've given out our CVs, and then they have clearly stated, if there is anything to doubt for, invite the member and then take it up with him to find out. But the expertise here, the way people have been slotted in these committees, I found myself to be very unfitting in some of these areas, and I want it to be revisited for better services. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Kombo East. We have Honorable Nominated Member Maimouna Sise.
She's out.
She's out.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
We have Honorable Member for Banjul North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Assalamu alaikum to each and everyone present here. Before going further, I would just want to commend the selection committee for a job well done, but also to remind each and every one of us here that there is a saying that goes, a problem that is not solved is still a problem, but a problem that is solved is no more a problem. And I believe this is the situation that we are facing right now as a team. So in that regards, I believe it is important for the selection committee to go back to the drawing board, to consider and also recognize the importance of representation. Because looking at the different committees, I believe competence, it is very key as far as representation is concerned. Based on the list that is page 10, the list of international parliamentary delegations and membership, understanding the CV that I provided based on my profile, and not seeing myself as part of none of these committees or delegation, is a very big surprise. Based on the experience that I have, if you don't know, my fellow honorable members, I've served internationally as far as I was a public servant working with the Banjul City Council, and I've been responsible, or I was the focal person between a city in China, that is Nanning City, and the Banjul City Council, which have yielded dividend in terms of, more especially during the COVID. And I believe it is something that needs to be considered as far as going through our profiles are concerned. Because being a member of this delegation is not only to go there and do whatever, but to be there, to be of profit, I can say, to the country. Because people should understand the international protocols. And this has nothing to do with sentiment. And I believe all of you will concur with me that understanding issues, more especially international issues, is very important. I don't want to name names here on the list, but I believe, like I said before, it is very important for the selection committee to go back and sit down and see how best they can go back to our profiles and see how best they can come up with very good representation in terms of our international delegates. Page 12 of the report, the list of parliamentary friendship groups. I saw myself within the group that says Gambia Franco Friendship Group. I indeed appreciate that group, but I think I am more fit understanding the issues between Gambia and China to be part of the Gambia-China Friendship Group. This is my appeal to the selection committee. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Banjul North. We now have the Honorable nominated member, Maimouna Cissé.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to dwell on a little bit about what my colleagues have been emphasizing here. First of all, thank the selection committee for doing this wonderful job. This world is not balanced. Not everybody will get it on their own way. But at least we have to have the understanding and harmony between ourselves. Not everybody can serve in every various committee or a particular committee of your choice. But when it comes to the interests of the National Assembly and the people we are serving here, we have to give consideration to so many things. I would like to refer to Honorable Member for 𝐶𝐿, who was against the five members of the female candidate in the National Assembly. That is not balanced. They need a balance in it. I just want to put it to this section on the right. Gender and children is our domain. And you don't want us to be left behind. That's where we are curtailed. Definitely our representation there, because out of the 23 committees, we have the representation of only 9 committees where the female representatives are actively in. So by sharing that position, or 5 of us in that one committee, I don't think that should be a problem for that. So definitely, I would like the committee members to understand that these are the various positions we also will do better, and we can dwell so many things on it. We know ourselves better. When the last paragraph will go in for it is, this National Assembly, we would like us to be very decorum when we come to deliberations. We have to respect each and every one of us here. We all are an adult. We are responsible people to be here. And we all know our missions why we are here. We cannot be looking at the eyes of each and every one of the attacking or which nobody would like to say it. I think today is the first day, and we are learners, and I think when we want to learn something, we want to learn it in a better way. 2 of the comments were not very favorable, which come from the 2 Kiankas, which I just want them to see, at least. Starting from you, yes, you withdraw, excuse me, please, allow me to finish, please.
Honorable members, I have said address all concerns to the chair. Please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We have to deal with a decorum here, and we have to be very civil when it comes to deliberations. We have to respect each other. This is, party politics has to step behind at the annex over here. We are here to represent the people of the Gambia. Let's see us as a very responsible and very formidable forces who can put this country first before the politics. Please, 𝐶𝐿 is a 𝐶𝐿 of Gambia, and 𝐶𝐿 been serving in any of these committees. I think he has the prerogative to be there. It depends on the committee he wants to serve. But by attacking on his personality, I don't think it doesn't tell well. Especially my colleagues, I just wanted to put that one to you guys. Thank you. Honorable, I pay my seat.
Thank you, Honorable nominated member. We now have the member for Upper Sarum.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much also for all the honorable members that actually have contributed so far to the debate in confirming the draft selection of the committees that we actually have. Honorable Speaker, this is not an easy task. We are dealing with about 58 members with varying profiles, varying experiences in life. For them to just come up and then put everybody in a category is not an easy task. And we must thank them for giving it a try. What we have actually is a draft. It's not final. And it's upon us to make suggestions to them based on what we know, based on the experience, based on the education, or based on where you think you can actually fit. That's all, nothing else. This is just a suggestion that they have. It is not a perfect document, but it's up to us to make it perfect so that we can move forward and work together as a team. The effectiveness of any committee or the productivity of any committee does not rest in the hands of the chairperson or the vice chairperson or the rapporteur. It is the responsibility of all the members that must work together to understand the remits of the committee itself and work together to move this nation. It does not depend on the chairperson or the vice chairperson of the committee. It does not. I give an example. I was in the Finance and Public Accounts Committee for the past 5 years. I was not the chairperson, I was not the vice chairperson, and I was not even the rapporteur. But most of the reports in here, I'm the one that presents the reports and defended those reports. And I was not the chairperson, I was not the vice chair, and I was not the rapporteur. It is about teamwork. It is about us bringing whatever you know, experience, education on the table. We share. We shape our reports and move on. Nothing to do with the chair. The chair was the Speaker of the Parliament. The Vice Chair was the Honorable 𝐍𝐚𝐭𝐢𝐨. But because of the way the FPAC work together as a team, everybody brings what you know on the table, we take those and share it, and then shape the affairs of this committee. In fact, and that's why I say, you must understand the remits of the committee first, before you say, this one is not fit, or I'm fit here, or I'm fit there. To give you another example, I can fit in about 10 committees in this parliament here, and I will do work very well. But I cannot be in all those committees. I cannot. Because if you look at the Public Enterprises Committee, and I think I can fit there very, very, very well. But I cannot be in there, be in FPAC, be in education, etc., etc. I know you don't allow me, I know that. So, but that's what it is. We must be content sometimes. We must also understand the limitations. Because the more committees you are in, I can tell you, the more you may be ineffective. Because some of these committees' work is very demanding. That's what I know. So I think what we can do, let's see where we think we can fit best. We give the suggestion. And then they come back to finalize the document so that we can all work together. But I can tell you from experience, the effectiveness of the committee does not rest in the hands of the chairperson. And we have changed chairpersons here. When they are ineffective, we change them, we remove them, and put somebody who will be very effective in really driving the force of that particular committee. We can do that. Standing Order 98 gives us that committee the power to do that. So I can tell you, don't have any fear about anybody here. As a person, you are elected, we are all equal here. It's the responsibility of our constituency that put us here, and that of the president for the nominated members, because of the trust they have in us. But it doesn't mean that anybody will drive you as a dictator. No. We must work together, and we must stand our ground to ensure that the remits of this committee is actually respected, and what the country wants as far as the Gambia is concerned, we respect that and we do exactly that. There will be no dictatorship in this parliament here, none. Honorable Speaker, I think there are two committees that I just want to give a suggestion to the committee. One is about the gender committee. We know the honorable member for central body. We know, we worked together here for the past 5 years. He's my in-law, very good one for that matter. But he's very particular about his gender committee. And we have about 8 members right now, and I would suggest that we add him there to make it 9. Because he's really very active about gender activities and stuff like that. We are making a suggestion that we can add him on that particular committee. And the other one is about the member for Kiang, Honorable Gassama, also about education committee. We were there together as a team. He has a lot of experience, and I worked together. He was the chair of the committee, and I was the vice chair of the committee. And we worked so well together as a committee. So I think it's important that we can bring him back into committee where we see where we can actually remove him from another one and put him back or reduce the number.
Honorable member, your first suggestion was for Saho to be
on the gender committee.
And then the other one?
It's about the member for Kiang East to be a member of the education committee.
Member of education?
Yeah.
Okay, you can continue.
Yes, well, that's up to him. I'm just suggesting for him to be there wherever he wants to get himself. Maybe he can say that, yeah. So it's based on, Honorable Speaker, based on the experience we had on that particular committee, because I worked with him together. He was the chair, I was the vice chair, and we worked so well together. And I know we have a lot on the table that we really need to put back here for plenary. And I think it's going to be important that we at least have 2 or 3 members. Because if you look at it now, it looks like I'm the only returning member of the committee. Everybody else actually has been removed, so I'm the only returning committee on that committee for education. So I think it's important that we bring him back. Then on the issue with international delegation, particularly with ECOWAS, we need to be very careful here. The selection of members of any international committee rests on us here as plenary. The selection committee gave us a list in 2017. By way of motion from the majority leader, we confirmed that committee. And we sent them to ECOWAS, we sent them to Pan-African Parliament and other international delegations. And when they were going, we took a letter along with us, telling us that these are the 5 members that will represent the Gambia in a particular committee for a period of 5 years, 2017 to 2022 to be exact. We took those letters along. If there's any supplementary changes on the standing of the ECOWAS, changing from 5 years to 4 years, but our letter from the Gambia says you are for 5 years. This will have come back to Gambian Parliament and says no, we are only accepting 4 years. Have they done that? You see, what we decide here in the Gambian Parliament here, in plenary here, cannot be overridden by any other parliament. This is us. When you look at their rules, it's kind of very interesting that even the African Parliament that I was a member of, by the time I'm sworn in, my membership of the African Parliament is dissolved, is finished. That's what we have as a member of Pan-African Parliament. The moment I'm going for elections, I am no longer a member of the Pan-African Parliament. And if I win re-election and the Gambian Parliament decides to send me back, then I can be a member. That's the only time I can be a member. So it's the same thing that would apply. It's plenary that decided the membership of ECOWAS in 2017. We agreed here by way of motion by the majority leader. He's the one that is the motion. The motion passed that 5 of them will represent us in the ECOWAS Parliament for 5 good years. Those 5 years has elapsed, and it's upon us now to pick another 5. If you want to take the same people back to them, it's up to us. If you want to change, it's up to us. And that's what we call, we are the one that will recall. It's 2 things. You recall or you remove. You remove when you lose an election. When somebody loses an election, you are actually removed from the parliament. But by way of a motion here, we can recall. That's we want to change, we want to amend the people that we sent. That's up to us, we decide. If you want to take them back, it's up to us. But by way of this motion, by way of this plenary here, we are the one that will decide. Not ECOWAS, nobody else can decide that for us. We will decide that here. And it's up to us. No amount of amendment in their protocol or standing orders would actually change that. It cannot change that. It's our own here that will decide who we send, not any other one that will decide who we send. It's us that will decide that. So we must understand that, and we must work together as a team. You know, being in this international delegation is just a privilege. It's not a right of anybody that I should be there or I should be there. No, it's just a privilege. And you can learn a lot and represent our country. So we must understand that I don't believe for a fact that this selection committee has anything against anybody in this parliament here. I don't believe that for a moment. So they did what they did under the circumstances at the best of their abilities, but we can give suggestions. Let's improve here, let's improve there. That's our responsibility. Until we arrive at a final list, we say, this is what we have agreed, all of us, we put the motion here, it passes, and that it becomes our own document that we actually keep here. Nothing against anybody. So let's work together. On that note, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We now have the Honorable Member for Busumbala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I will start by observations. The observation that I will make regarding the selection of members to various committees. We would have said there are methodology given when selecting a member for a particular committee. And among those methodologies, we have seen the background of that member, the political pluralism, and the gender representation. I believe this is the cream of the Gambian nation. We as the parliamentarians, we are representing the whole country in this, everybody in this country. So anything we are doing here, we should be sincere to ourselves. We must do selection to various committees with what we have laid down as rules and regulations, as methodologies. Now, if there is some element of biasness in terms of selecting from this House, what are we going to expect that the institution we have in oversight functions for? So I must acknowledge the process that has been taken by members of the selection committee, and they have taken their time to come up to this far and give us names. But notwithstanding, they need to do it proper and do it better. For this House represent Gambia. Yes, we would have said there are methodologies in terms of selecting members. One of those methodologies is by looking at the background information of that individual. It will be not fair enough for someone with a security background, with a master's and with LLB, to be answerable to someone who does not have a security background. We can work with him, provided that there is no sense of biasness that has been played within the selection process. But at this point in time, I would advise the selection committee to go and adhere to the principle and the grounds that they have laid as a way of, selection process. When it comes to the international delegations, we have seen some of the new members who foresee or who have the belief that the old members have taken advantage based on some benefits that has been, attributed of being a part of a certain committee on certain delegation on international matters. So we would have said, we the new members are your brothers and sisters. Teach us well. We the new members are your brothers and sisters. Teach us well and teach us manners that is going to represent the Gambia. We are all representing our constituencies, but above all, we are all representing Gambia as a nation. So let's do things in this assembly that will represent the best interests of Gambian people. Let us do something in this assembly that is going to make Gambian people proud that now that Gambia have a blessed National Assembly members, that's the Gambia and Gambia alone, the best interests of Gambia will be propagated here. But as of look of things, the way it has been started, we have seen some biasness in terms of selecting committee members in various committees. For example, I will take myself as an example. I'm a barrister in law. There are areas here, like Subsidiary Registration Committee. I believe my service will be more needed in this area than other areas. As a barrister in law, human rights and constitutional matters, I believe my service will be most needed in this area than other areas. As part of Security and Defense Committee, I believe, by virtue of the vast knowledge and experience I gathered for 15 years in that profession, would have put me in a proper footing to chair that committee. If I do not chair that committee, I'll see there is biasness in it, and then we should not allow this assembly to be trampled upon just to serve a particular purpose or interest group. Let us unify as Gambian, and we are representing Gambia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Busumbala. Membership of committees, chairmanships, vice chairs in Parliament is not you are answerable. Parliamentary committees work as one body. Chairman is just first among equals. So, and that's the spirit which we carry on. We now have the Honorable Member for Bundunkakunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I just want to make a comment concerning about the issues that we are discussing here. I think so far, so since in the morning, we are discussing the selection of committees. I think the moment we are all elected, we are already a leader. So being a chairperson or whatever is about teamwork. You know, teamwork is very, very important. And the one objective that we should have here is to impact the life of the Gambian people. By doing so, this is why we are elected here. So committees, you know, if we want to go by the normal, by choice, we can put ourselves where we want to. Because as for me, I've seen myself somewhere. I know I can do somewhere, but there are certain areas I know I can deliver there much. But, you know, we have to understand and do this thing as a teamwork. Because the leadership is about a team that is behind you. If a leader succeeds, it's about the people who are behind you. So whatever the case is, let's just try and understand each other and, you know, move forward. Because at the end of the day, the people that send us here, they don't send us here to just, you know, go for leadership or whatever. For me, I'm already a leader in my constituency. So whatever I do here is just to do something that will impact the life and the aspiration of my people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Bundunkakunda. We now have the Honorable Member for Ileasa.
Thank you so much, Honorable Leader, Speaker, for giving me the floor. I want to join my honorable colleagues to strongly thank the committee for the job well done. Definitely, it is not easy, but definitely they have tried very well in placing people at the rightful position. So far, the committee, it comprises of all the parties. So I think they have played an important role. For that being the case, everybody in the house here is so far given the opportunity to be in one of the committees. So far, they have used criteria, and this criteria, it is very important so far that all the members of this National Assembly are best placed and positions, and I think we will all serve better in our various positions, and we are definitely better placed. So as far as education is concerned, I'm definitely concerned, and I'll be very pleased if certain people in the House here are placed in that committee, because we need their expertise as far as education is concerned, because education is the backbone of the country. So far you have some people here whom you know that they will be very, 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 very good as far as education is concerned. People like the Honorable Member for Central Badibu. He was a seasoned teacher so far, and then he knows many things in the education. So obviously to have such people in the education committee, I think is very, very, very important as far as education is concerned. But so far, I again thank the committee for the job well done. And I think definitely whoever is placed and whoever the position will do our utmost best to serve the Gambian people. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Iliasa. We now have Honorable Member for Nyamina West. Nyamina West.
Thank you, Chair. I want to join my colleagues in thanking the Select Committee for a job well done. It is difficult, as they alluded, to satisfy. And to me here, it's not about the leadership that is important. What is important here is a tax given to us as citizens. And since we are all here to represent our various people, and as someone alluded, we are already leaders. We pass through election and we represent our people here. So we have a tax in hand. That is very important. Still now, I will commend the Select Committee on a job well done. For me, I am definitely satisfied on all the committees I saw myself, because I did not have a preference on each of these committees. I'm just here to make sure that I perform my duties to expectation. But in performing this duty to expectation, this will have to link me to the job I was doing in this parliament in the 5th legislation. And since that is the case, when we come to the method that the Select Committee was using, it's a very good method. The background of the members, political pluralism, the gender representation, which was very perfect. But my observation is that I think they would have also make a reference to the list of re-elected committees and the committees they belonged in the 5th Parliament, because we all know that there was a lot of work that we compile here that was left. And definitely, most of these newly elected members would have depended on us or would have definitely expect a lot from us to take them through those files. So, in such, if I happen to see myself into various other different committees of which I have not been a member before, and a lot of work, for example, I was doing with the Select Committee of Trade with regards to these prices and whatsoever. We have gone too far. We had a lot to complete, and suddenly to see myself off track, and I found myself loving that particular work, and I thought that I will accomplish something that will benefit the nation in one way or the other, just to see myself now in a new committee. Those are issues that you should have definitely looked into by taking the list of the select committees of the 5th legislative as a guide. But I think it was an oversight. But if not too late, still now, you can still now use it as a guide so that in each of the committee, you will leave at least one person who was there in the 5th legislative. That's my observation. The other issue with the security issue, and Honorable 𝐍𝐚𝐿𝐴, I don't think it's very relevant saying Honorable 𝐍𝐚𝐿𝐴 cannot be a chair in that committee, because looking into the matter is more of parliamentary procedure than going out there and performing the role of a security person. No, this is altogether procedures in the parliament. And this is why Honorable 𝐍𝐚𝐿𝐴 is taken to be part or to be a member or to be the chairman of that select committee, because you could understand he got the experience of the parliament. So that one I'm not in for any side or let's say condemning Honorable 𝐍𝐚𝐿𝐴 as being a parliament or member. So I want to also say Honorable Gundunga Kunda has said it all. We are here as one family and as Gambians. Once we get in, let us take party sides outside and we see how best we can work in union to see the Gambia move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Nyamina West. Honorable members, that was the last name on the list. Unless there are any honorable members who may still want to contribute. Nobody? Honorable members, who wants to contribute and has not contributed? Honorable members, may I now call upon the Honorable Majority Leader and member of the committee
Honorable Speaker,
to respond to the issues raised and wind up the debate. Honorable Majority Leader, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I equally want to thank each and every member who took part in this debate to make it more enriching. I want to also seize the opportunity to thank your humble self for the professionalism you've handled the deliberations in the chamber. Honorable Speaker, this is the fourth day of the 6th legislature in Parliament to put in ground footing, as per our working tools, to put in place committees to keep the ball rolling, to pick up from where the 5th legislature stopped, and pick it up from there to keep the ball moving.
Is the majority allowing the observation?
Responding on issues now, not debate.
Honorable member, honorable majority leader. Honorable majority leader.
No, my role is to respond, not to observe me.
Pardon?
I'm responding to issues, not open debate.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Please continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We appreciate and value every single contribution, every single observation. You just have to enrich the job and make it more professional. As earlier alluded, these are three templates, or these are the three yardsticks the Committee of Selection did utilize: the political background, the gender representation, and of course, the experience of each member. Going by the first speaker of Nyanija, I thank you so much for committing the committee for a good job done. And of course, you know, you can never satisfy everybody. But of course, we appreciate your comments, and there is no much more you have further deliberation on. Member for Bakau, of course, he did observe and thank the committee on the selection of various committees, standing committee, and also select committee. He flagged the issue of the chairpersonship of defense and security issue. I want us to see ourselves as all honorable members. And as honorable members, we should be each brother's keeper, to entrust each other, to work hand in glove, to keep that brotherhoodness among us. This is the first day of assembly. We should talk to each other, not talk at each other. Responsibility is paramount. Chairpersonship of the committee is privileged. Once given, it's up to the membership to look, work with him, help him succeed. Leadership doesn't really matter. What matters, you can be a member and debate extensively. Committee chairperson, you hardly debate. But I always want experienced one. Those that have exposure to be the members, to scrutinize ministers, to scrutinize policies. But the chairperson, you have legal role. Your there is to play as a referee. But if you have members who are well experienced and well exposed in security matters, they can come with observations, counter opinions, on to make those committees work perfectly. So if you ask me, I would really appreciate the likes of Honorable Member for Busumbala, which is well exposed and well experienced, to be an active member, not as a referee, deliberating on who to give the floor, who to observe here, and who to observe here. But of course, let's give it a try. Membership of the committee will look. If anybody didn't perform the expectation, you are at liberty at any time, not really coming to the parliamentary plenary here to effect changes. So be rest assured, let's give each other a try. And secondly, also, we found him as member of the committee of the last parliament he served. So as being a member again, the experience counts. He has withdrawn his issue of foreign affairs representation. These are two political parties, the NRP and NPP. Well, the issue of Honorable 𝐬𝐢𝐭𝐢𝐧𝐠 being a chairperson of the subsidiary legislation. As I told you, the reason why the Select Committee identified chairpersons in various committees is to help the plenary not to violate standing order. We want to make sure that there is no duplication of chairperson in two Select Committees. The standing order has really frowned that if I remember of a chairperson of a Select Committee, you cannot be another chairperson of that another Select Committee. That you are violating our standing order. For the Committee of Selection, that is why we only end at giving you chairperson in various committees, referencing on your other membership in other committees, so that the vice chairperson could be open to your committees. Once we are done here, you are going into a various committee to have a meeting with your membership and elect or select your vice chairpersons. But this issue of identifying chairperson was in the spirit not to avoid duplication, which is a violation of our standing orders. Member for Banjul South. Okay, member also talk about Honorable Ghasama for being a member. It's now up to the honorable member to withdraw from a particular committee and put himself in the education committee. I think that has been the debate of the parliament. Your experience and your leadership style is really befitting, and therefore you have been attested by your vice chairperson that you should be on board. So preference will be given to you as how to vary in your various committee and giving more preference to education. Your experience is really needed in this particular committee. I cannot agree more on that suggestion. Going to the Banjul South, of course, issue about there is no independent factor. I think that's the mistake. There is Honorable 𝐬𝐫𝐬𝐬𝐿 as a member of the select committee you are talking about. Secondly, frown about issue of ECOWAS delegation. I want us to understand, ECOWAS in other jurisdiction, these are separate members of parliament contesting for ECOWAS seat at the level of the constituency or in national level. But in our own case, you contest as a member in your constituency and come here, these parliaments take the decision to send you there. Sorry. Sorry. So basically, the issue of ECOWAS membership or protocol cannot override. These are protocol, but cannot override our national laws. So the only authority, the only approving body to send you to ECOWAS is this national parliament. There is no any other article, there is no other tool that can override that. And of course, I will also refer the members to a particular letter given to you that dated on the 7th of January 2020, submission of names of Gambian representatives to the 5th legislature of the ECOWAS Parliament. The aforesaid delegation, members are Honorable 𝐾𝐩𝐫𝐬𝐭, Honorable Samba Jallo, Honorable Mohamed Magasi, Honorable Tumanjai, and Matar Jen. Honorable Fomaranjai. The aforesaid delegation was approved by a resolution of the plenary of the National Assembly of the Gambia in April 2017 to represent the National Assembly to the ECOWAS Parliament for the period of 2017 to 2022. And further reconfirmed by the Committee of Selection in its meeting on Monday, 6 January 2020. So it's now clear, mandate given to membership of ECOWAS is to serve for a period of 5 years and nothing else. Going to Honorable Member of Kiang East, he also did mention about his leadership, of course. I think we have thrust out that you could be a member in that area. And he also looked at the issue of gender representation in terms of committee. Parliament with only 5 female is barely impossible to have them in every select committee or in every standing committee. We did our utmost best to make sure they are adequately represented in committees. So that is the constraint the Parliament has. It's unfortunate, but of course we are also guided by what? The party representation in the first committee. Member for Woolly East also talked about on the Public Appointment Committee and also agrees that he could be more productive and more useful in that particular committee. And he looked at whether there is no APRC, but then his mind has been recalled that there's APRC in the delegation. And also the friendship group chairpersonship, which has been also alluded that the issue of nominated member from Majara also spoke and thanked the committee for a job well done and did some comments and clarifications and also response to concerns raised in Parliament. Member for Central Badibu is concerned about all members in the new committees. Why? Of course, we are of the firm belief that institutional memory is very important. Even though they are not only people who should be factored in committee, the committee clerks are also there, having records of previous proceedings of various committee engagements. When they are there, they will help the new members in terms of settling down and making them understand what has transpired before them and where the committee has stopped. That is why the Parliament asks each and every select committee chairperson to make a handing over note and deposit it to your various committee clerks. So this could be used to really brief members, the new members coming, and give them ground footing and help them in terms of taking over new responsibilities as well. And he also alluded about the issue of the Defense and Security Committee. I think I've responded to that. And he also mentioned that the friendship group, of course, and the level of representations, and if agreed, could be discussed, who and who. But the friendship group are not only limited to this one. The friendship group could be added. If anybody feels that you are very good in China policy relations, there is no harm in submitting your name to be considered in the China friendship group. But if I also of the firm believe that you can also perform well in Turkey friendship group, the door is open, it's not closed. The friendship group could be added based on your expertise. But what we want to avoid is that to avoid duplication of membership in so many committees. That is fair. That is why the committee took its time to adequately fix you well. But then if I'm moving from a committee, a friendship group, you must also make sure you do a swap to come to that particular friendship group. And in so doing, we will not have a member representing a friendship group 3 or twice a member to avoid that. Okay. The issue, Latrikunda Samaji highlighted the issue of chairpersonship. The select committee is mandated, according to standing order, to propose chairpersons of various committees. And I told you the spirit is that to avoid double representation as chairperson of other committees. So if we are doing that, we are trying to make sure that we will not really flag our own standing orders. That is why we end at giving chairperson the select committee, allowing them to dissolve in their various committees to elect or select their various chairpersons. Combo South also is concerned about the security issue in the area, and also creates a concern that it should be of person with well experience and expertise. But rest assured, coming from a fragile community does not really mean that you must be part of a particular committee. Parliament, any issues concerning your constituency, you are at liberty to come and send an issue to that committee and allow them for investigation. And also, he also proposed that education chairmanship or membership should also be given to Yaa Gassama, who has served as a member. And also cited on the supplementary protocol of 2016 on the ECOWAS delegation. But I want to assure you that those protocols cannot override our national law. And also, the issue of the protocol you cited, the mandate given to you was approved by plenary and is the approving body to send delegation for a period of 5 years. And that has been done. And also, he also mentioned about the issue of Honorable 𝐍𝐚𝐭𝐢𝐨𝐧𝐚 being an expert in construction company to be given privilege to man the monitoring committee. I think he has even stepped down to allow him chair that particular committee, if I'm right. Civil engineering, exactly. And also, he also did reiterate for Honorable Member Suwaibu Ture to lead the Committee on Human Rights and Constitutional Matters. I think Honorable Ture mentioned that he's contented with the leadership of Honorable Madi 𝐬𝐿𝐴 to lead that particular committee. Thank you so much, Honorable Member for Willie East. Kian West reiterates the issue of the background, gender representation, that is too much of women in the gender committee. I can assure you we wouldn't want to have lesser women representation in that committee. And it is also a good practice to have them there, as alluded by another member, Member Sise, but also it's also open as member of Upper Salon Retreat that the pioneers who have been very much advocates of the gender committee, likes of member of Central Badibu, to be a member of it. Depends on the plenary approval as well. For Sami, the same issue reiterates the issue of the chairperson of the Defense and Security, and under 𝐬𝐭𝐫 also on education. And virtually these are main concern areas: the Education Committee, 𝐬𝐭𝐫, the Defense and Security Chairmanship, and others. Member for Janjambure also highlights about the lack of consultation in terms of the nomination of Committee of Selection of in the Committee of Selection. Well, I think that's at the level of the minority, and they have agreed to send this to the committee. And also in terms of youth and sport, he felt that there is no much number of youth that's been represented in the Youth and Sport Committee. Not necessarily you have to be a youth to represent the Youth and Sport Committee, but I can assure you there are very good people who have vast experience in sport, the likes of, I don't want to mention, but there you can find so many people who are even member of the previous select committee, like the current minority leader was the chairperson of Sport Committee in Parliament. And I can tell you, he's a doyen in that area, and he represents the interest of the youth very well. Sabah Sanjal also made an observation that why the committees are headed by the old NAMs, particularly the external delegations. Of course, these are party representation. We allow the leaders to nominate from their various party and to come in and then feature in. So prerogative was given to that for them to best help the committee or delegation. Like for instance, in the area of Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Mbo was a member there and he has been a very active member. So that is why I nominated from the side of majority to him to lead the delegation. But then those ones are more of party representation per factor in there. And you have independent candidate there, you have the APRC component there, you also have the NRP component there. Fonyi Bintang, talking about the select committee best fitted itself as opposed to new members. I think that is really a serious allegation. We did to the best of our ability to make sure that party representation counts, and also political pluralism and also gender representation also counts. So therefore, there has nothing of such nature whereby trying to do favoritism or nepotism. We've actually take out of office that will ill will or affection, fear or favor, we will not do anything that will contravene those out of office. So therefore, I think it's very early to start pointing fingers at each other or accusing each other for such act. And also, of course, we noted your contribution allowing Honorable 𝐬𝐭𝐫 to be part of the Health Select Committee. And it left to him to vary in how to bring in those submissions from what committee to what committee. Fonyi Kansala also reiterates that he could be very effective in terms of the Education Committee. But I can assure you, if you look at the Select Committee on Education, there are so many, this parliament is full with ex-teachers, headmasters, principals. So it's very, very difficult to satisfy all of them. So myself, I was a former lecturer before, but I'm not in the Select Committee on Education. I have to give way to others. So you have so many ex-runaway teachers, they call them rats. There are so many rats here that actually run away from teaching field, and they are now here. So basically, likes of Honorable Namba was a headmaster, and you have the Select Committee. Honorable Alfred Caesar was a member of the Select Committee before.
Point of observation. No rats here.
I mean, runaway teachers in every aviation. So basically, you have a handful number of teachers representing the Committee on Education. And believe me, fervently, it will really be a great effect. committee. And in fact, we're coming up with the member, former chairperson, 𝐬𝐢𝐫𝐬𝐿, to represent, to be in a committee, will really add value. Lower Salum, of course. Okay, a member for Kansala also showed interest in terms of his Islamic scholar background. Of course, it varies. I believe like one of the friendship group. It's left to you to leave a particular friendship group and swap to Saudi Arabia friendship group, which could be very much effective there. It's noted. Lower Salum, of course, thank you so much for the comments. We appreciate. And we believe that conscience will lead us in our deliberation, not issue of competing for chairpersonship or leadership in various committee. As alluded, everybody is already a leader leading your constituency from far and near. And he also made an observation. I think this was agreed that he will leave the Select Committee on Health to go to monitoring, and let Honorable Cisse of Olyndum leave Select Committee on monitoring and come to health. So if it's agreeable among them two, we can be swapped there. So it's noted as well. Member for New Joshua constituency. Yeah, Joshua constituency. Well, was more of a comment and more of advice that it's not based on your chairpersonship that you can move a committee. Once you're a member, you can really move the mountain higher. And regardless of which year the committees, what's important is to seek nation first and work as a team. And it's too premature to be undoubting or try to downgrade each other's potentials, in various positions. I think that's the volume of your leadership. Nominated member, Honorable Kebalam Fofana, thank you for your observation. I think the issue of defense and security has been addressed, and the issue of leadership in terms of who sends who to the ECOWAS Parliament has also been adequately addressed. Foni Jarol, thank you for the advice that a leader should be more of listener and a learner. Of course, these are the qualities, I can't agree with you more, that these are the qualities of a good leader. You must be able to listen and learn from each other. Nobody has the iota of knowledge. Nobody has, everything in terms of experience and knowledge. You must be willing to learn from each other and to make sure, allow the led to educate the lead one. Another member for Nyamina Dankunku, concerned about his membership in FPAC and monitoring in previous parliaments. And he thought it wise, it could be prudent to have him in this committee. But I tell you, it's always important to experience new committees. It's an on-the-job training. Nobody was an expert in terms of parliamentary oversight functions. When I came here, I was fixed in trade. I had no background in trade, but I learned and captured, and I was privileged to be the vice chairperson. But now I'm no more there. I'm also ready to take a different challenge again. So it's a difficult task given to you, and you must be ready and ready to take up the responsibility and trusted in you to go and pioneer and make difference in another committee, as you have done justice to FPAC and monitoring. So being a new committee that you did not serve in the previous legislature is, to me, is a challenge for you to go and break the silence there. So basically, I have no objection to that. And I told you the reason why we selected chairpersonship is to avoid to flout the standing order, whereby a member is already a member in the select committee, a chairperson there, and also a chairperson. If they regroup again and do the selection again, there is every tendency one of the such mistakes could be committed. So to avoid such, we allow the select committee to look at those things, cross-referencing them, to see that there is no duplicate of chairpersonship in this committee. And most importantly, every member is a member of is a member of 3 minimum and maximum 4 committee, and that has been really looked at. Very few, 1 or 2 membership So this is really unavoidable. And also, I think Honorable Member for Willie East has allayed fear that clause 98 does give a right that to say that I am being approved by the plenary, you cannot be removed if you are found incompetent. You could be removed, not even coming to plenary. At level of your committee, I've done that, we've done that. We've selected our new chairperson in our committee level. Environment also has done that without coming to plenary. So your fears are allayed. If you see anybody who is not really moving the committee well, to the best of your interest and the Gambian interest, you are at liberty to change. Brikama South. Yeah. But rest assured, the committee clerks will be there to help settle the members. And also, he also asked whether the ones that are not for parliamentary approval, is it everything? If you look at the list, there are asterisk ones. The committee will be asterisk. Those ones are not tantamount or subjected to plenary approval. So I think that has answered your question. The issue of which committee are not subjected to parliamentary approval. The committee you have there that are having asterisks, does not require parliamentary approval. Talindin Kunjan. Yes, I think the issue of security has manifested, committee leadership, and of course gender. I want to appeal that we leave the number of women there. We can do the proposal made by member of Lower Upper Salum to bring in additional men, but not to really reduce the membership from that committee as far as it's concerned. So basically, the member for Upper Salum has made suggestion that the pioneers, the forerunners of this gender issue in Parliament were member of Central Badibu, and he could really also help in terms of moving the committee forward. All Yundum was more of clarity to avoid replica of what has happened already. And Fladugu, Upper Fladu West, more of comments. Nyani also, Security Committee was an issue, and experience and then background. The rest assured, we have really considered experience because of the members' experience in the last Parliament, and of course currently, we really help move the committee forward. Member for Supplementary, general representation in the committee, of course, I told you, we are really constrained with a number of women in the chambers. So obviously, we wouldn't have getting more than this. But rest assured, they are really factored in different committees. And issue of leadership also, as I told you, is at the prerogative of the committee. If you go there, if you think that you are deemed fit to chair a particular committee, it depends on how you can lobby your members to give you that opportunity to lead. However, the selection committee did propose leadership on various committees and delegations to make sure that they head those things. Madi, why Honorable Madi Sister is not heading the ACP EU? Yes, Honorable Madi Sister was member of the selection committee, and likewise Honorable Abba Sister, we are both members of the selection committee. So I think it was agreeable at the level of the selection committee to do that. Combo East, yes, the same issue. The independent and delegation, or the internal delegations, these were based on participation, and we are giving preference to them. And he also gave a justification that is very much of faith in terms of financial issues, and is deemed fit to be part of the FPAC. Well, I told you there was a participation. Your party has been fully captured. If they think they can give way to you to come in there, it's always open. But rest assured, your ex-party does not really rely on only your membership. You could come in there as an observer to the committee at any time, sit and also give your blessings. This membership is, meeting of committees also are open to members to come and attend. If you think that you are well experienced, you are exposed, you can really help the committee move. Nothing stops you from attending their meeting and give you expert advice. So I think that could really help in the situation. Banjul North, concerned about his membership in international delegation. I told you, not everybody will factor in the delegation. These are only 6, and the rest are friendship group. However, you are a member of a friendship group. If you think that you are best at China delegation, you can see how best you could swap and come and leave a particular friendship group. So, that answers the question. I think already you are in Franco-Gambia Parliamentary Friendship Group as well. That is the French. Nominated member Maimuna Sise, more of a comment, giving the women the priority to leave there, not to reduce their numbers, as it's a women thing, and they think they're well off in that committee. They are not also opposed to bringing men, but to reduce their figures, this should be avoided. And Opusal, of course, applauded the select committee for a job well done. It's never easy to satisfy everybody, but I think what we did was best to our ability and the interest of this country. And of course, he even helped me in answering some of the concerns raised in Parliament in terms of composition about membership of ECOWAS and what have you. And make some proposals about Honorable Suleiman Saho, and of course, Honorable Member of Kiang East. Busumbala, yes. Issue about the leadership is not about answerability here in Parliament, but it's about collective responsibility given to you as a committee. So I believe with your background in law, with your experience also in the security sector, you could be of help. That was why, in fact, the more reason why you factored in that committee on defense economy. You couldn't have any more better candidate than you to be there. But your experience there could really help the committee move forward. So irrespective of who leads, it's about the spirit of teamwork. Let's see ourselves as honorable of Parliament, and let's see ourselves as the foreigners of Parliament. You could contribute effectively, you could help the committee move on, you could also support the committee based on your legal background. I meant to understand that you are a barrister and also worked at the security sector for 15 years. And this is a very good experience of you, and I think you could make a difference in that particular committee. Issue about Bunduwakunda was, of course, general comment on leadership. Of course, we are all leaders in our various constituencies. That is why we are here. If you look at nobody's called by a party tag here. We are members of parliament from constituencies. What it dictates that national interest should supersede the personal interest or personal position as well. So therefore, I concur with you. I cannot agree with you more on this than to say that yes, it's not about who lead, but it's about how to work effectively to move the committee to achieve three-main responsibility: the oversight, legislation, and representation as well. Ilyasa, well, more of thanking the committee. It's not a good job. It's not an easy job to make sure you split members of parliament into different committees, standing committees. It's not an easy task. You look into very broad things. You look at the background, you look at the political pluralism, you look at also the experience. So it's not easy. So thanks so much for appreciating our effort. That leadership is not really easy. Nyamina West constituency. Issue about the trade committee. Yes, as I told you, you might be very much good at trade. He was a member of trade, but we ensure that the institutional memory stays. Honorable 𝐬𝐫𝐬𝐬𝐿 was the rapporteur to the committee, and in terms of being a rapporteur, you are already an institutional memory of the committee. So we deem it fit to allow him there. Myself, I'm no more there. Honorable Sise is no more there, and you are no more there. We believe that it's a challenge. You could go and perform better in other committees. Already you've already put a passion for the job. We agree. But already the committee was really with the mind that it's important to leave at least one. And in fact, that one has already been proposed to be the chairperson of the select committee. So I think that brings me to the end of the response. I want to sincerely thank each and every one of us. This is not an easy job, and we also want your cooperation and collaboration to move this institution of Parliament forward. You cannot satisfy all, but let us appreciate this thing as a starting point and see ourselves. Let's talk to each other. Let's not talk at each other. Let's be each other's brother keeper. Let's work harmoniously and see that the committee is yours. Everybody have it in mind. This select committee is mine. So once we work in that spirit, definitely, regardless of who leads, will be very insignificant. So I thank you so much. This is the first session of the Assembly. Let's keep the spirit. Let's keep the unity. With strength and unity and consensus building, we'll move forward. Your minority leader and deputy minority leader has done utmost best to make sure that your party representation is factored. And that was why it was very smooth ride for us to arrive at the decision. And it's always important for us to appreciate. I want to thank the minority leader for his collaboration and understanding in terms of fitting in his various members in various committees. I wouldn't do justice without also thanking the committee clerks, the officer clerk, and the committees that really help us. So that's what I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Majority Leader, for your brilliant summation of issues raised and effective response to members' concerns. Equally, let me also thank honorable members for your contributions on this particular issue. As chairman of the committee, I must thank both sides of Parliament, and I can assure you, during the deliberations at this committee, they dealt with it maturely, bearing always in mind the supreme interests of our people and whom they represent. So, thank you all. I now put the question.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, please.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, with your permission, I want to thank the Majority Leader with that marathon response. But, Honorable Speaker, I think issues raised by honorable members are very valid, particularly the select committees, their chairpersons. I want to remind the House, when we came 2017, we allowed the committee members to make selection of their leaders, and we didn't have any problem. It was so democratic. It was very democratic. So, right, you made a good choice to choose people or recommend people to be our chairpersons. But
honorable member, you are taking us back.
I'm not taking you back.
Yes, we have just raised those issues, Honorable member, if you, from your own contributions, you see, we have about a lot of committees. You ask each of the committees to select their chairperson and vice chairperson. Can bring in a lot of complications and duplications. The majority leader said it. I am in education. I may nominate him for chairmanship and the other one for vice chairmanship. From the same, probably from different political parties. You go to health, the best there may be the same political parties, it may be one political party. It can occur, and you may have omissions on gender. You will not know until after the committees are selected. So it is fair enough for the committee of selections to propose these things to you. If at the committee level you feel somebody is not efficient, you can invoke this relevant section of the standing orders and do what you need to do. So, honorable members, I now put the question on the report. Be it resolved that this honorable assembly do adopt the report of the Committee of Selection on the nomination of membership to committees of the National Assembly and international parliamentary delegations with amendments for the period 2022 to 2027. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those not in favor, please say no.
No. No.
The ayes have it.
Count. It's a tap. No, let us do a hand count.
Honorable Clerk.
Let us count.
It goes with the amendment, right?
I said in his response, you made a lot of brilliant suggestions, which he acknowledged. And then they have accepted it. And therefore, they will do the relevant, I said, with amendments. What else do you need?
We still don't agree.
Clerk.
Motion on the adjournment.
Clerk.
I think you are, Mr.
Honorable Speaker.
Let us do a head count. It's safer.
Speaker asked you to call me. Okay. Thank you.
You are ignoring honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, in accordance with Order 54, Clause 1 of the Standing Orders of the National Assembly, I rise to move this August Assembly to stand adjourned. Stand I move the motion. Honorable Speaker, I would like to give the Assembly a brief of what has transpired during the second ordinary session, which is also commonly known as the inaugural session of the 6th legislature in 2022 legislative year for the period 14 April to today, 25th of April. During this session, we witnessed the election of both the Honorable Speaker and the Honorable Deputy Speaker, and the administration of oath by members. May I use this opportunity to congratulate you, the Right Honorable Speaker, on your election as Speaker. Indeed, you are no stranger to this chamber, and we are most pleased and hopeful of tapping from your rich experience and benefiting from your guidance. In the same vein, I wish to congratulate the Deputy Speaker and all honorable members on winning the trust and confidence of Gambians to serve in this noble institution of Parliament. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, earlier today we consider and adopt the records of votes and proceedings of National Assembly sitting of Thursday, 14th April 2022, considering the nature of this session, which could only be described as inaugural session. For the 6th legislature, we had not considered any bill or oral question for ministers. Honorable Speaker, earlier today, we consider and adopt report of the Committee of Selection on the nomination of members to various standing and select committees of the Assembly, International Delegation, and Parliamentary Friendship Groups. On a final note, as this August Assembly considered the motion to adjourn and I wish to seize the opportunity to express sincere thanks to our electorate for the trust and confidence they continue to have in us in this August Assembly, especially in the dawn of the widely professed New Gambia. I wish to assure them, on behalf of all members, that we shall continue to strive to live up to expectation by pursuing the supreme interests of the people of the Gambia without fear or favor or party affiliation. As we began to enjoy our experience and professionalism guidance, Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank you for the delicate manner in which you have handled the affairs of this August Assembly today, and pray to Allah, the Almighty, grant you the strength and wisdom to continue to steer the affairs of this Assembly. In our service to the people of the Gambia, to my honorable colleagues, I salute you all for your foresight, dedication, patience, and understanding, especially in considering the motion on the report of the Committee of Selection on the nomination of membership in various committees. Duty well executed. I would also register special thanks and gratitude to the clerk and the staff of National Assembly Service for all the support and service rendered to honorable members during this session, while looking forward to your continued excellent services. I did say we are grateful. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Any seconder? Member for Nyanija?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion and equally move a motion for us to adjourn without debate.
No. Ahmad, stop that. Ahmad, please.
Honorable Member, can we hear from you again? Honorable Member for Nyanija, can we hear from you?
Thank you very much. I can repeat myself. I rise to second the motion raised by the Honorable Majority Leader. That's the motion of the adjournment debate. And equally move a motion for us to adjourn without debate.
No, observation. No. Observation. No, it cannot be possible. There is a motion on the floor. Please.
Honorable members, I just told you.
Motion.
Honorable members.
On that motion. No.
Honorable members, address the chair, please. The motion has been moved and seconded. The motion has been moved and seconded, Honorable Member.
No, it's not seconded. It's not seconded.
The motion to adjourn Sunday has been moved by the majority leader and seconded. You said it's not so, Honorable Member. Tell us. The Honorable Member is saying no. Please tell us what next. So please address the chair, please. It has been moved and seconded. Banjul South, please stop shouting. If you want to talk, address the chair. I will give you the chance. What do you want to say, Honorable Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I'm saying is that the motion was to adjourn Sanidine, and the secondment was to adjourn Sanidine without debate, and that is a counter motion.
Honorable Member, you are talking and you are not listening to me. I said the motion to adjourn Sanidine has been moved by the majority leader and seconded. So So it's important to listen. Honorable members, as I said, the motion to adjourn signed has been moved and seconded. Now I will call on the honorable member for 𝐍𝐚𝐿 to make his motion. Honorable member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Can I come in again?
Honorable member, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to move a motion for us to adjourn signing that without debate.
Any seconder? Member for Lower Salum.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, we have two motions, and I now put to you. The first motion, it had been moved and seconded that this Honorable Assembly adjourn sign die. Those in favor, please say aye. Not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Again, there is a motion that we adjourn without debate. It had been moved and seconded. Now, I now pose the question. Those in favor, please say aye. Not in favor? No.
No.
No. Honorable members, the ayes have it.
No. Honorable, no. Honorable Speaker, I'm calling for division. Honorable Speaker, we are calling for division.
You called for division after I have made the pronouncement.
No. Honorable Speaker, we are calling for division.
Pardon?
We are calling for division.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable member, please sit down. I have put it to you people, and both sides, those who said aye, we all had it, and no, we all have it. No. What I said was, there was a position when you should have talked about division. I listened. No, I have taken that decision, please.
Honorable Speaker, let us be democratic, please.
Honorable Speaker, the position on division comes after your declaration of your position.
Who is speaking?
Huh? The one seeking the floor in connection to position of division.
Who is speaking, please? Yeah, identify yourself.
Can I come? Yes, I said the position on the call for division comes after your pronouncement on the voting. So that's the time the position, the vote or the motion on division can be raised. Then there you can also take a position on that.
Now, what we do now is, we now vote. Those in favor to adjourn, sign die without debate, please raise your hands. Honorable members, we now, I have just put the motion, the question, that those who don't want us to debate, raise your hands. Honorable members, those now in favor for us to debate, put your hands up. Those in favor of a debate. Honorable members, I've just been given the results. Those who want us to adjourn without debate, I have 32 votes. Those who want us to have debate, who say no, have 24 votes. So, the ayes have it. Honorable members, we are still on session. Please take your seats. Honorable members, honorable members, this was a very brief session for the inauguration of the 6th legislature following the parliamentary elections of 9th April 2022. After the adjournment of this session, the Office of the Clerk will make suitable arrangements for proper induction before the next ordinary session. This will give new and returning members the opportunity to learn or refresh ourselves on parliamentary processes and procedures. Honorable members, the Assembly now stands adjourned, signed, died.